Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? The member for Waringa.
Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to share with this Parliament an incredibly fun and vibrant festival that we have in Waringa. It was on last weekend, Brookie Fest, an amazing event that brings so many of our community together. Breweries, distilleries, eateries across Brookvale on the Sydney's northern beaches came together to make it a really fun and festival. The festival had everything from dashhound races, chili eating competitions, as well as skate demos, of course ice-cold beers, delicious foods and great cocktails, and some live music. So everything that brings together a community and a lot of fun. The businesses behind Brookie Fest are passionate local businesses that are driving a local, vibrant energy and economy in the Brookvale area. There are a number of craft breweries, there are craft distilleries, gin and others, and of course there's also eateries and other options. But like other small businesses, our local brewers and these businesses carry a huge financial burden from growing inflationary pressure, which has seen, from the price of energy to the price of the issues around staffing, but of course also the question of alcohol excise, especially on spirits, which has jumped 15% in 3 years. Now that is a huge impact on that local distillery industry. And there is a discrepancy in how we are treating different industries, in particular from breweries, craft beer to distilleries. In September last year, the Crossbench wrote to the Treasurer asking to reduce the impact of the alcohol excise on distilleries. And while I appreciate the Assistant Treasurer's response, it did not go to the issue. Our independent brewers and distilleries are a cornerstone of our Waringa community. The closure of these businesses would have a flow-on effect to the local community. They employ locally and they support small businesses in the area. So it's important the government enact measures that will support these businesses. And I call the government again to freeze indexation of alcohol excise until 2026, indexing the excise remission cap annually in line with inflation, and extending the deadlines for the payback of excise debts to the ATO. Now, there is another event that is coming up that's going to be exciting, and that is the Sydney Mardi Gras. And I can't talk about that without talking about our incredible LGBTQIA+ community and Fusion Pride, a fantastic project locally driven by some of members of our community. Waringa has changed a lot over years, and we're now heading to our 3rd year in a row of being part of Mardi Gras, of celebrating inclusion and all members of our community. I'd like to do a special shout out to Sean Moran, who was a member of my team, who has driven that visibility and respect within our Waringa community.
Thank you. The member for Brand.
Thank you. The Orcus agreement is the single largest defence investment in Australia's history, but it is not just an investment in submarines. It is also a generational investment in infrastructure right across the Brand electorate. Infrastructure that will endure and will go beyond simply building the submarines and upgrading the base, but ensure the enduring prosperity of Rockingham and its surrounding suburbs. HMAS Stirling is right on our doorstep, and our local community is proud to be home to Australia's submarine fleet and thousands of Royal Australian Navy personnel, their families and veterans of the RAN as well. HMAS Stirling has been undergoing significant works for many years now, and they are welcome. But the ministers and prime ministers of the former Liberal government would only ever drive through Rockingham on their way to this very important base. Unfortunately for the people of Rockingham and Safety Bay and Shoalwater and surrounds, the Liberals gave absolutely no thought whatsoever to the needs of the surrounding community. And during their time in government, they did not commit one single cent to improving the local roads or infrastructure in the area. In successive elections, the WA Liberals have been all talk and no action, and no doubt they will do it again. 9 years in the federal government and all the Liberals delivered for Rockingham was hot air. Only Labor is committed to fixing the road infrastructure challenges that face Rockingham right now. And indeed, only Labor has committed funding to fully assess how we improve local roads by utilising the remarkable opportunity that Orcus provides us with. I've been working really closely with the fantastic member for Rockingham, Magenta Marshall, to make sure our community gets the infrastructure it needs and deserves. With a joint investment of $2 million, WA Labor and federal Labor governments have got the ball rolling on improving local roads across Rockingham. A much-needed study will find out the best ways to improve the traffic flow of the local road network to and from this all-important base. And that will include looking at the problematic roads like Parkin Street, Safety Bay Road, Heimer Street and Point Perrin Road, which all can be a headache at the best of times. And I live in the area, I've seen them, I know it's a problem and we are dealing with it, unlike the government before us. We want to make sure servicewomen and men and everyone that lives in the area get home to their families instead of getting stuck in traffic. But we also need to investigate how the proposed developments will impact on the environment and heritage so we can map out potential challenges and work out how to tackle them. This doesn't need just blasé responses. We need to know how we can work with the very important Lake Richmond. We know how important it is to the environment and to the local community who live around it and all those who come and visit each and every day. And I'm really pleased and proud to be working with the member for Rockingham, Magenta Marshall, for the people of Rockingham.
Thank you. The member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Keppel Bay Sailing Club has been a pillar of the Yeppoon community for more than 6 decades. Since its establishment in 1957, has been more than just a sailing club, has been a place where locals come together, where young people discover their passion for the ocean, and where the Capricorn Coast has built a reputation for producing some of Australia's finest sailors. But as our region continues to grow, both in population and as a tourist destination, it became clear that this institution needed to evolve to meet the demands of the future. The club had outgrown its facilities, and there was a real opportunity to create a world-class venue that would not only serve our local sailing community, but also drive economic growth and bring new opportunities to the Capricorn Coast. That's why I successfully fought to secure $20 million in federal funding to redevelop the Keppel Bay Sailing Club into a state-of-the-art facility that will benefit locals, businesses and visitors alike. And the former Deputy Prime Minister was very helpful in that as well.
Thank you.
This investment is not just about improving a building, it's about investing in the future of our region. The new Keppel Bay Sailing Club now supports over 100 local jobs and is attracting major corporate and sporting events, putting our region on the map and bringing in much-needed tourism dollars. And let's be clear, this kind of investment doesn't happen by accident. It happens because the Coalition understands the importance of regional infrastructure. Unlike Labor, who continue to neglect the needs of rural and regional Australians, the Coalition delivers real tangible outcomes, projects that create jobs, grow local economies and strengthen our communities. Thanks to this redevelopment, the Capricorn Coast now boasts a world-class venue that will drive economic activity for decades to come. The stunning new convention centre overlooks the pristine Keppel Islands. It has already become a drawcard for high-profile events like the Capricorn Business Awards. This means more visitors to our region, more heads on beds in our hotels, more customers in our cafes and restaurants, and more money in the pockets of hard-working local business owners. But it's not just about tourism and business. It's about preserving and enhancing a community institution that has been at the heart of Yeppoon for generations. The Keppel Bay Sailing Club has provided a home for local sailors, a gathering place for families, an identity for the Capricorn Coast. Thanks to this investment, it will continue to do so for generations to come. This is the kind of investment our region deserves, one that supports local jobs, boosts the economy, ensures that the Capricorn Coast continues to thrive. And this is what the Coalition will always fight for: real investment, real outcomes and a stronger future for our regional communities. The Keppel Bay Sailing Club has been an institution for over 60 years, and now, thanks to this redevelopment, it is entering a bold new era.
Thank you. The member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For many of my constituents in Tangney, education is everything. It is the main reason why my wife and I migrated to Australia in 2002. We wanted to give our 3 children a world-class education. I'm so proud. I have also experienced Australia's greatest education system. I stand here speaking in English because in my 40s, after I migrated to Australia, I went to TAFE, so my wife and I both study English. Later, I decided I want to gain more skill, so I went back to TAFE again, this time to study for police entrance exam. TAFE is an important part of my story, and it is also an important part of the stories of many Australians, including those who attend the Murdoch TAFE in my electorates of Tangney. Since fee-free TAFE started in January 2023, there have been more than 500,000 enrolments. And now, with a free TAFE bill guaranteeing 100,000 free TAFE places every year, TAFE will be a part of many more people's success stories. Fee-free TAFE has changed the life of so many people, providing cost of living relief and a pathway to well-paid and secure employment. Education is one of the topics that comes up most often when I'm doing my door knock in my community. Rossmoy, Williton, Applecross Senior High Schools are all in Tangney. And all these 3 schools rank in the top 10 schools in WA. I'm so proud to be part of Labour government that is making the biggest new investment in WA public school by the Australian government ever. More than 21,758 people in Tangney with head debts have already started to see their debt reduced with the Albanese Labour government having fixed the student loan indexation formula. And there is more to come, with Labour's plan to cut all student debts by 20% if the Albanese Labour government is re-elected. A Tangney constituent of mine named Adam, he lived in Liming. He studied teaching because he wanted to make a positive impact in the community. As a new teacher, he told me that it is so stressful having his head debts this deduction would help take pressure off his mortgage. And that's exactly what Labour is doing, taking pressure off of cost of living and ensuring our education system is better and fairer. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
The member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since Federation, our nation's security has been maintained and our nation's identity has been forged by the brave men and women who have served Australia at home and abroad. Each and every one of these brave Australians deserve to be honoured both in life and death. While 103,000 Australians have paid the ultimate sacrifice, thousands of others too face significant challenges when they returned home. Unfortunately, too many of these ex-servicemen and women are not honoured in the way they deserve, as their final resting place does not commemorate their great service to this nation. The Australian Remembrance Army are a volunteer organisation committed to restoring and correctly commemorating the graves of Australians who have served. In Cleveland Cemetery, within my electorate, the Remembrance Army has been busy within the past month identifying unmarked graves of veterans. Through their research, they have confirmed 19 graves, all belonging to veterans of the World Wars, that are unmarked, taking the total tally of Australian war veterans in the cemetery to 421. Under the previous coalition government, federal assistance was available to organisations like the Remembrance Army as they undertook this valuable mission to appropriately commemorate the private graves of World War I veterans. The program had benefited from a $3.7 million funding commitment under the previous coalition government after a pilot program placed 1,189 markers on these resting places. Labor promised to match the coalition's $3.7 million funding ahead of the election, but their first budget cut the funding by more than half to $1.5 million across 4 years. And it has been revealed in Senate estimates late last year that Labor has now cut the funding to $437,000 over 4 years. The Department of Veterans Affairs statement in Senate estimates last November revealed that funding of only $18,000 was spent in 2023-24 to deliver only 42 graves. Given some 271,800 service personnel returned to Australia from the First World War, and the experts inform me that an estimated 12,000 are buried in unmarked graves, At the current rate, it will take the federal government 283 years to complete this process. And this is before we even get to the hundreds of thousands of World War II graves, which should also be appropriately commemorated. This simply isn't good enough. No matter whether they fell in service or not, every Australian who fought to defend our nation deserves to be honoured. I want to call on the government to not just reinstate the previous amount of funding that was available, but supercharge it to ensure that the vital work of the volunteer conservators and researchers at the Australian Remembrance Army can continue to do their work, not just getting through the graves of World War I veterans, but also onto World War II.
Thank you. The member for Haslup.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I was lucky to join the member for Swan to move a motion to speak to our critical minerals sector and the importance of it and passing of the legislation for the production tax credits for both critical minerals, rare earths and hydrogen as well. And I'm absolutely shocked and aghast that last night the Liberal members from representing Western Australia failed to back that legislation in. Now, in Western Australia, we have over 135,000 workers that specifically work across the mining sector. A good portion of those people work in my electorate of Hasluck. They work hard, long hours. They fly north away from family and friends for weeks at a time in sweltering heat to make a future here in Australia. And they look to us, they called on us to be able to advance the production of our critical minerals, not just dig them out and ship them off, which is all the Liberals care for, clearly, but to actually work on downstream processing, because that is where the future is. That's where the jobs are. That is what is going to lead to the production of renewable energies for wind turbines, for batteries, EV cars. This is where Western Australia wants to lead. It wants to lead as a global leader on this front. So the introduction of production tax credits was the way in which we would change the rules of the game. It would absolutely put us at the forefront, attracting capital into Western Australia, bringing certainty to industry that they can have the confidence to make the investments, significant investments, to actually start to move in to this downstream processing and production. So where were the Liberals? And because we're coming into election season, I'm naming and shaming these, because when they come knocking on doors, I want these people to know, how did they vote? I want my constituents to ask the Liberals that come into our turf, what way did you vote on jobs for me and my family, my friends? Because this is their record. The member for Canning, the member for Forrest, the member for O'Connor, and extraordinarily the member for Durack, where most of these mines actually are, all voted no to this legislation. And further, the senators, Cash, O'Sullivan, Smith, Brockman, failed to stand up for Western Australia. Like, what on earth are they there for? They are there as Western Australian senators, not Liberal senators. They are there to back in Western Australia's industry. And where were they? They've let the Western Australian people down. They've let my constituents down, because they are the jobs of the future, and they want certainty to know that irrespective of the election outcome, those jobs of the future will be there. But instead, now we've got a Liberal and national government, sadly, opposition that hope to get into government, that will be prepared to cut Western Australia's future. We will not let that happen. I will stand up for Western Australians, and I know that the voters of the electorate of Hasluck will absolutely back in jobs for themselves and their family, and back in a Labor government to do so.
Thank you. The member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was very proud in the run to 2018 to work on developing not only Australia's first ever national plan for endometriosis, but the first national endometriosis plan in the world. And I was very proud of that work. And as a government, we provided funding to back up that particular plan. Part of that plan was to provide pelvic pain clinics, and that was part of our budget in 2022. And these pelvic pain clinics and pelvic pain education, very, very important in managing endometriosis. However, we lost government, and Labor refused to fund a pelvic pain clinic in my electorate in the southwest of WA. 1 in 7 women in my electorate will be affected by endometriosis, and the southwest has the highest population outside of the metro area. So I investigated the process and found that the decision was not based on demographics or need in the community It was actually based on the quality of an application, just like a school essay, a tick in a box. And the government and the department and the primary health network in WA all significantly let down the women in my electorate and the need for the majority of the women who needed this outside of the metro area to actually have access to a pelvic pain clinic. And there is a great level of need, and it is a lifetime condition, and there is no cure. I was at the local bowling club the other night, talked about endometriosis, and women above the age of 70 and 75 were coming to talk to me about their ongoing experience with endometriosis and how they've suffered all their lives. And that's why I want a pelvic pain clinic in my part of the world. There is, as I said, no cure, and if it gets to the heart and lungs, it will kill you. I have made repeated requests to the ministers for a pelvic pain clinic in the southwest, and it is something that is very, very badly needed. Now, I have personal experience with not only myself, but my daughter. And I've been very, very blessed that she allowed me, in the run to that 2018 development of that first national plan, to actually tell her very raw personal story. And countless other women throughout the years have actually repeated their experiences with endometriosis. In whatever I can do, whether it's when I'm the member for Forest or not, I will keep working to try to secure a pelvic pain clinic for the southwest. It is no less than what the 1 in 7 women who are suffering from endometriosis in the southwest deserve.
Thank you. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My goal when I was elected as the member for Swan was clear: to work hard every day building a fairer, stronger, greener and kinder Australia. I wanted to make a real difference in the Swan community, and I've worked hard every day in this place to advocate for Swan and to listen to the people of Swan, to the things that matter most to them. And my track record has demonstrated just that. In Swan, we have delivered almost $500,000 in energy efficiency grants across the entire electorate, almost $100,000 in volunteer grants to support our dedicated community groups, $360,000 to Curtin University's AI Empowerment Project. This will help autistic adolescents with education and employment challenges. $350,000 to the People Kind Group ARC Light Project. This is assisting young people in reducing social isolation and engaging with education and training. $5.4 million to upgrade sporting facilities at the local grounds within the city of South Perth. Almost $1 million to Football West to promote female soccer, and also $7,000 to our local sporting champions. I've made promises and I've delivered them. This includes $2.5 million to upgrade the McCallum Park active area. It's delivered. Funds for $5.3 million to upgrade the Queen's Park open spaces. We're in the process of delivering this. $2 million to upgrade commercial kitchens at Bentley TAFE. This is being implemented right now. Funds for Forestville Primary School basketball courts, and also cleaning urban rivers with $10 million in funding. And that's not all. There are so many achievements to list, but I'm incredibly proud of the progress that we have made under the Labor government. I believe in listening to the people of Swan, championing local voices and delivering real, tangible outcomes that make a difference in everyday lives, whether it's securing better healthcare, improving infrastructure or supporting our essential workers. I'm committed to working alongside Swan locals to achieve lasting change. We've accomplished a lot, but there is more to do, and cost of living and housing and secure jobs are my top priorities. Swan is a better place under Labor, and I am proud of the real difference that we have made. I will continue to work hard every day for the people of Swan because our community deserves nothing less. And everybody knows that under the opposition leader, Australia will be worse off.
Thank you. The member for Riverina.
On the 9th of January, 1997. Tony Bullimore, the lone yachtsman from the United Kingdom, was plucked from the Antarctic, Great Southern Ocean. The waters were freezing, his vessel had upturned and he was in the capsized hull. And Tim Fischer, acting Prime Minister, leader of the Nationals, announced to the world that the rescue had been made by our wonderful defence people from Big Hill on the Hume and Hobble track. And it was on Tumbarumba, and he had a bevy of journalists there, and Tim was great, a great raconteur. He was great at getting a promotion for the tourism aspects of Mount Kosciuszko, the beautiful snowy valleys, and he made every moment a winner. And he was on his fabled Tumba trek. He started it in 1985. When he left the Parliament, the Tumba trek went into recess, and it was revived after a radio interview on the ABC at Junee. He dobbed me in to say that I would revive it. I had no knowledge, of course, but this was 2 Minute Tim. We loved him, we still do, even though he's passed. And when I was Riverina boundaries changed and it went into Eden Monero, the member for Eden Monero, Christy McBain, Minister sitting opposite, she continued the famous walk. And I passed on Tim's famous walking stick to the Minister. It was a little bit longer than she really would have liked, and she did request that she might take a couple of centimetres off the bottom of it, but I said, don't do that, it's Tim's stick, we need to keep it intact. And she subsequently passed it back to me because the boundaries are coming back into the Riverina. The poor people of Tumbarumba, they would just like to be in the one electorate for just a little given time. But Tumba Trek on Saturday was just wonderful. 12.4 kilometres through the pristine wilderness. Christy knows exactly what I'm talking about. I heap praise on Julia Hand, the Snowy Valleys Mayor, and her council staff. They do an amazing job to hold this annual event. To Grant Harris and his wife Deb, to Glenn McGrath and his wife Vanessa, they were at the front and they were at the back of the walk. They kept everybody located. It's an amazing walk, and I urge and encourage anybody to do it. 150 people took part. It was fabulous, and it does promote Tumbarumba. It's a beautiful area, part of the Snowy Valleys Council. Like I say, it was one hell of a walk on Saturday. Big Hill was very well known because it took quite some doing, but may Tumba Trek long continue, whomever is representing that beautiful, pristine part of the world.
Thank you. The member for Eden Monero.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I concur with my colleague, the member for Riverina, Michael McCormick, and I, who have done Tumba Trek together a couple of times. It is such a fabulous event which continues Tim Fischer's legacy but shows the beautiful, pristine nature of our communities across the country, but most importantly in Tumbarumba. I'm sorry to have missed it, and I do hope for that community's sake that they are in one electorate for a period of time, because they do get shuffled around. But I have no doubt that for many years to come, they will be in good hands with the member for Riverina. Can I comment on something that came up in our electorate? 5 years ago, on the 23rd of January 2020, during the Black Summer bushfires, we lost aerial firefighters Captain Ian Macbeth, First Officer Paul Hudson and Flight Engineer Rick De Morgan Jr. These American aviators tragically died when their large air tanker, Bomber 134, crashed during firefighting operations. And on the 23rd of January this year, emergency service personnel, members of the community, many people involved in fighting that fire and representatives from Coulson Aviation came together to honour their service and sacrifice at the memorial. It was a real honour to join them at Peakview this year, as I have in previous years. And again, I'd like to extend my sincere condolences to their family. The men died whilst trying to protect our community, and we are forever in their debt. Can I give a shout out to VIEW clubs, which, for those of you who don't know, VIEW stands for Voice, Interests and Education of Women. VIEW is a leading women's national volunteer organisation, providing the opportunity for women from all walks of life to meet regularly, establish lasting friendships and help disadvantaged Australian kids through supporting the work of children's charity, the Smith Family. It's driven by the mission of creating social change in Australian communities. VIEW empowers women to have their voices on issues of importance for the future well-being of our society. There are more than 300 VIEW clubs around Australia, including in Adelong, Batlow, Bega, Braidwood, Bungendore, Cooma, Eden, Goulburn, Merimbula, Narooma, Queanbeyan and Yass across the mighty Eden Monero. VIEW offers a friendship network, providing fun and a sense of purpose for members through supporting the education of disadvantaged Australian children. And I'm honoured this year to be the guest speaker at Goulburn VIEW Club's International Women's Day event on the 6th of March. It's a tremendous organisation, and if you are looking to volunteer somewhere, join your local VIEW club. Finally, on International Women's Day, I'm proud to support another fabulous event in Eden Monero. The Queanbeyan Evening Branch of the CWA is holding a high tea in support of the Love Your Sister charity. Love Your Sister co-founder Samuel Johnson, OAM, Gold Logie Award winner, everyone knows him, will be live in Queanbeyan Saturday the 8th of March from 2 p.m. at the B in Queanbeyan. Tickets are on the Q's website from $75. Come along, have a conversation, and all money raised goes to that magnificent charity. Thanks, CWA.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, in Yass, I had the opportunity to sit and talk at length with three concerned advocates, they being Hansi Armour, Rebecca Tobin and Andrea Strong, in relation to the power lines on huge towers that are going to go through their wonderful part of the world. There has been a lot of controversy about these power lines and the height of the towers upon which they will sit. And these three advocates are genuine in their desires to see the lines placed underground and had a number of cogent and reasonable arguments as to why this should be so. The thing that often concerns me when companies and organisations, dare I say governments, put in place infrastructure that is going to affect people's vista, people's communities, people's environment, is that all too often when the representative is sent out to knock on the door, to visit the farm, they come there with only scant details of the actual project. And when they come there again, it's a different person altogether. And when they line up at the community forums, which often happen as a result of community concerns being raised and not answered or met, again, it's a different representative. And I'm not saying this is particularly the case on this particular project, but it also bothers me greatly that we seem to have in this nation these days, particularly in New South Wales, projects placed under state significant status. And state significant, state priority, supersedes all local development plans. It overrides any community concerns. It rides roughshod over what a local government, what a council can do about a particular project. And I say in particular, whether it's power lines and towers, whether it's solar farms, wind turbines, you name it, it's stamped state significant, and locals do not get any say in that project. And generally that project will be financed by an overseas company, by a superannuation firm. They'll claim a whole heap of jobs in the construction phase, and that's all well and good. We all want more jobs. But often these projects come at a huge cost to local people, to locals' people amenity, to local people's views, to local people's environment, to local people generally. And I think something really needs to be done with the EPBC Act, with these state significant projects, to say enough is enough. Locals must get a say. Locals, there has to be some consideration. Now, what we have before us is the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. It was introduced to the House rather unexpectedly, with a view to being passed before the Parliament rises. Now, many people in the corridors here will be telling you that this is the last parliamentary sitting week, and we saw what happened on the last parliamentary sitting day last year, when Labor just rushed through a whole heap of legislation. Debate was guillotined, debate was gagged, the bills went through. To hell with people's local concerns. People who are sent here to represent their local constituents weren't able to speak on the bill, weren't able to raise objections against the bill. Labor just bulldozed it through. Shame. Labor, which came to office in May 2022 and said it was going to be, what? A kinder, gentler parliament. They would not do this sort of thing, they said, but they did exactly what they said they were going to do. But not only did they do it, they did an avalanche of it. It was a tsunami of legislation being pushed through the House of Representatives, being pushed through the Senate. And this bill, it does amend the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act of 2021, under which offshore wind projects are managed. And let me tell you, there is a lot of concern about offshore wind projects. I can remember when the then Prime Minister, the member for Cook, there were concerns about some offshore exploration initiatives, and these concerns were certainly raised, and people up and down the Central Coast, off Sydney, down to the Illawarra, were throwing their hands up at Labor. We heard their voices loud and clear. They were running to the media. They were doing everything they could to oppose it. But it seems that, if you want to do an offshore wind project these days, that's fine. That's fine. The rush to renewables bothers me. It doesn't just bother me whether it's offshore wind projects or whether it's on prime agricultural land. It is certainly bothering the farmers of the Riverina, because they will tell you, Don Kirkpatrick and others will tell you, there is only so much arable land that can be used to grow food and fibre. And what we don't want is that land to be just covered with solar panels as far as the eye can see, covered with easements upon which you can't do anything because you've got some dirty, great big wind tower or electricity tower or whatever tower, higher than the Rialto, higher than the Eiffel, and all at the expense of prime agricultural land. And yes, you'll have willing sellers. It's the same as the Murray-Darling argument. You'll get the Water Minister, the Environment Minister saying, oh, they're willing sellers. Well, sometimes the land is owned by people who do not have growing food as their number one priority. Yes, they own the land, but the trouble is, when you plonk down a massive tower, it often ruins the arrangements and the environment for all those around it. And they are wanting and desiring to grow food and fibre. And mark my words, Australian farmers grow the very best food and fibre in all of the world. There's nobody grows any better food and fibre than Australians. And yet they've been under attack by this government from day one. Under attack by this government which wanted to put in a truckies tax, by this government which wanted to put in a biosecurity tax, which was going to then make our farmers, wait for this, pay for the biosecurity of foreign food coming in competing with their products, our products, Australian products, on our shelves, Australian supermarket shelves. I mean, what country in the world would do that? What country in the world would penalise our farmers to that extent? No country would, and ours shouldn't either. And yet our farmers are also under pressure, debt-stressed farmers, because of the 450 gigalitres of water that is going to be taken out of the mouth of the Murray. And what do you reckon they'll do with that water? They'll push it out of the mouth of the Murray. They'll push it out of the mouth of the Murray, which when Flinders and Bass were doing their little circumnavigation of the country, the sandbars blocked up the mouth of the Murray, and it wasn't initially recorded as being the mouth of the Murray, a river estuary system, because it was blocked up. But what we do these days is we just push our fresh water out the mouth of the Murray, and we don't use it. We don't use it to grow food and fibre, and it's just crazy. We've got those opposite who don't and won't want to build dams, and I have to say, I as Deputy Prime Minister and the Infrastructure Minister, built Camden Dam at Scottsdale in Tasmania, where 85 irrigators are now growing tremendous food and fibre because of that project. But I digress. Let's talk about the bill. There are, I have to say, some reasons, and sound ones, albeit, for this amendment. For example, it does close a loophole which enables rejected offshore applicants to be granted licences in smaller and/or different areas, but there are a number of areas of concern. The bill applies changes retrospectively. I always worry when Labor decides to do things retrospectively. I always worry when they want to go back and delve into the past and say, oh, well, look, this bit of paperwork over here, we'll just get that and that'll be okay. It was 3 years ago, but you know what? We'll just apply it retrospectively. I always worries me. Can't trust Labor. Indeed, Member for Wannon. Procedural. There's no industry consultation. It does my head in that Labor in opposition always used to go on about the stakeholders, but Labor ministers won't take meetings. They won't. And they don't consult. It wouldn't matter whether it's electricity infrastructure, wouldn't matter whether it's childcare, health, veterans. I could go across. Actually, I'll take veterans back. The Veterans Affairs Minister's actually doing a reasonable job. But so many areas of endeavour that Labor is not doing a good job on, and it just worries me when stakeholders who know their sectors inside out aren't getting a say. They're not getting a say. And if they were, the bills coming before the House might be refined and might be better, Deputy Speaker. They might be improved. And we all want better legislation because we can pass it in a bipartisan way. Even the Gillard government, 88% of the bills which came before the Parliament were passed in a bipartisan way. Because I must say, that government probably consulted better than this government does. It did, true. Now, political. This bill will make it easy for the minister to announce multiple feasibility licences throughout the campaign. And that's what, of course, he wants to do. Because the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, he just wants to push renewables onto an unsuspecting public. And why is it fair that regional Australia has to carry the brunt of the energy needs of capital city people who have no regard or scope or concern or understanding of what it is doing and impacting upon regional Australia? And you'll get those supercilious teals, the greens. They are sanctimonious, Member for Mallee. They're greens. They're dressed up greens. They're greens with trust funds. The member for Parks called them that. He sounded them out really easily and really quickly and really early. He summed them up. But they want to stand and talk about what renewables we need in this country, yet they couldn't care less whether regional Australia is just covered with renewable energy projects, and they don't give a jot that what is being sacrificed is prime agricultural land. And I will always defend our farmers, and I'll always defend their right to grow the very best food in all of the world. The Teals, they just think that wonderful, clean, green, fresh food comes from a supermarket fridge or aisle. It does not. It does not. It comes from, wait for it, a farm. A farm. And they go around and they call these projects wind farms. Well, they're not wind farms. You can't farm wind. You can farm food. It should be known to those Teals and the Greens, and we heard the member for Melbourne, the Greens leader, Bill the Cat, in the 90-second statements just before question time. He wants a governance sharing arrangement with Labor. And God help Australia if that is the case. God help us, God help farmers if the Greens get their hands on the Treasury benches. And woe betide regional Australians. Regional Australians who carried this country during COVID. Regional Australians who bent their backs and sweated on their brows to make sure that we grew the food, the fibre and the mining resources to keep the lights on, to keep the export balance of payments, to keep this country going. When all those Teals and all those city types and all those Greens pulled up the doona and pretended nothing was happening. Yep. That is the Greens' way. That is the Teals' way. That is the Labor way. It is the Liberals and the Nationals who have a plan to get this nation back on track. It is the Liberals and Nationals who understand farmers, who appreciate farmers, who applaud farmers, who will back regional Australians to make this country the best it can be.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And last Thursday, myself and the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, gave a clear-cut commitment to the electorate of Wannon. We will rescind the offshore wind farm which is proposed off the coast of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. No ifs, no buts, we will rescind it. Now, the reason we're here this afternoon is another reason why we made that decision. Because here we are, and Chris Bowen has a piece of retrospective legislation that he's trying to rush through this parliament that will change the rules around offshore wind farm zones. Once again, we're seeing that the Minister Bowen, has made a complete and utter mess of everything that he touches when it comes to energy, and in particular when it comes to offshore wind zones. No consultation, no environmental impact statements done, no economic benefit statements done, nothing. And that is why we are committed to make sure that that offshore wind zone is absolutely rescinded if the coalition wins the next election. Now let's go to this piece of retrospective legislation. What is a government trying to do when it puts in place a piece of retrospective legislation? It's trying to clean up a mess of its own making, a mess made because they rushed things, a mess made because they don't have a clue about what they're doing, a mess made because the minister has an ideological bent towards a renewables only and rushed renewables approach, which is devastating this nation. And why is the minister going down this path? Because he's trying to do everything he can to disguise a commitment that the Prime Minister made on over 90 occasions before the last election. A commitment that now shall not speak its name from the lips of the Prime Minister or anyone on the Labor side of politics. And that was that your bill, your power bill, would go down by $275, down by $275. And they said that they would do that by 2025. Well, guess what year it is? It's 2025. And has anyone seen their power bill go down by $275? No. What has occurred? Everyone has seen their power bill go up. And in Victoria, it's gone up by, at a minimum, $750. So that means that they've been more than $1,000 out. And that is why the minister is rushing around trying to do all this stuff, because he knows that if he's going to be honest with the Australian people, if he's going to look them in the eye, then he cannot say to them, yes, we have honoured that commitment. Now, the minister will make a range of excuses to do with what's happened here, what's happened there, etc., etc. But the fact is the fact is the fact. They committed to reduce your power bill by $275, and they have not been able to honour that commitment. And they don't even have the guts to say to the Australian people that they won't be honouring it. And that, to me, is why the Australian people have woken up to this Prime Minister, because they know that he will not be straight with them. And as for Minister Bowen, well, I mean, being kind to Minister Bowen, I think, you know, he'd be more at home in a circus than he would be in this federal parliament, because it is incredibly hard to take anything he says or does seriously. Now, let's look at the offshore wind farm, which was proposed off the coast of southwest Victoria. To start with, it was going to be around the Portland area. And then when he realised that he'd messed that up, he said, all right, I'll put it on the coast off of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. Now, guess where he made the announcement that he wasn't going to do it in Portland, that he was going to do it off the coast of Port Fairy and Warrnambool? In Portland. He didn't even know where he was when he was making the announcement. I mean, it is beyond a farce. And then when the community said with the community consultation process they didn't want this offshore wind farm, when a petition was presented to the Parliament, which had 4,000 signatures at the time, which now has 7,000 signatures, did Minister Bowen listen? No, he did not. Did he come to the communities and say, OK, we've done the consultations and therefore we've heard you and we're not going to proceed? No, he didn't. And guess how the consultations went? And I'm sure the member for Mallee will know a lot about this type of consultation. Absolutely. When all the officials came down, would they meet with the community as a whole? No. What did they say to the community? Oh, look, we want to meet you one by one. We don't want to front up to a public meeting where there might be 200 or 300 of you and where you might say, we don't want this, and there might be wild cheers, and they might say, well, maybe you should pack your bags and head back to Canberra with a very clear message, we don't want this. No, they try and, it's sort of almost like a drafting race. Just draft, you go over to that corner, you go off to that corner, so that we can just deal with you one by one. So there is no sense of the community coming together and being heard. And it's a tactic that they always try and use when they know they're trying to ram something through which isn't popular, which the community does not want. Well, the community wasn't going to buy that, and we had representatives of the community who came up and met with Minister Bowen and said to Minister Bowen quite clearly, no, we don't want this to go ahead. And yet what did Minister Bowen do? Say, well, I'm going to be tricky, I'm just going to redraw this offshore wind farm in a part of the southwest coast where I think everyone will say, OK, that's fine. Now, did it have any details around where the transmission line might go? No. Does the transmission line going to go through Port Fairy, or is it going to go right across the seabed to Portland? We hear absolutely nothing. Does the minister come forward and say what sort of environmental impact statement will take place? Does the minister let the community know that there are already deep concerns within his department about where the offshore wind farm zone is proposed? No, he doesn't. So what did we do? we put in an FOI request to his department to say, has there been serious concerns raised about migratory whales? Has there been, and rare whales, has there been serious concerns raised about migratory bird species? And guess what the answer was from that FOI request? From within his own department. Yes, there has been. Quite clearly, the area in his department which deals with this had already raised serious concerns about these issues. Now, did Minister Bowen stop and think and listen and say, all right, I've got community opposition from southwest Victoria, I've got opposition from within my own department because they're worried about the environmental impacts, therefore maybe I should just say, no, this isn't an area where we should be looking to put an offshore wind zone. No, he didn't. He just, in his purely ideological fashion, just kept on going and just said, we will ram this over the heads of the local community. Well, we've made it very clear that we are happy to listen, we are happy to act, and that's why myself and the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, made that announcement last week. And, you know, this is quite clear an issue. It's been an issue which has been on the agenda since last May. And I would say to all candidates in the seat of Wannon, come forward and tell us what your position is. Yeah. You've had nearly a year to do it. Are you for it or you're against it? Or, if you're going to sit on the fence, why are you sitting on the fence? What is your hidden agenda? That is what we need to know, and that is what we need to know quite clearly. Now, just so everyone is clear about what we're trying to achieve here, we're trying to make sure that a local community and their views are protected. And this isn't something which is political, because you know who did exactly the same thing? The South Australian Premier. That's right. Because this wind farm zone was, and its first iteration under Minister Bowen, was going to go into South Australia. It was going to go across and into South Australia. So right along across the shoreline, out from Port MacDonnell, there was going to be also a proposal for this offshore wind zone. And what did the Premier of South Australia do along with the local community? They made it very clear to Minister Bowen they didn't want it. They didn't want it. So this isn't anything which is political. This is about local communities standing up and saying, we want to be heard, we want to be listened to. And I say to Minister Bowen, the best thing you could do, rather than putting forward retrospective legislation which shows how much of a mess you've made of this, is get the bit of paper which has put in place the offshore wind farm zone in southwest Victoria. Get the bit of paper that has put in place the offshore wind farm zone off the coast of Port Fairy and Warrnambool and rip it up. That is what listening to the local community would be all about, and that's what you should be doing. Not trying to put through retrospective legislation which shows that you have made a complete and utter mess of this whole process.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to further contribute to the excellent points made by my friend the member for Wannon, and indeed he articulated at the end of his comments there the South Australian perspective of the Albanese government's now abandoned plans for offshore wind zones in South Australia, and indeed it was the Labor Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, that turned his back on the federal Labor government's energy policy position, not just on this issue, I might add. He's a very pro-nuclear guy. Peter Malinauskas likes nuclear, wants nuclear submarines in Adelaide, thinks nuclear is safe. I think he's got to be a little bit loyal to his party and has to watch his words, but I think he'd be a very excited partner.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. And I call the member for Sturt in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think I was just making the point before the bills went, of course, that the South Australian Labor Premier Peter Malinauskas joined many others in opposing the South Australian component of the designated wind farm zone that Minister Bowen sought to create. And as I was saying, there couldn't be a starker difference between the South Australian Labor Premier and the Federal Labor Energy Minister when it comes to matters of the energy future for this country. And as I said, the Premier in South Australia has been very open-minded on nuclear, very keen to embrace the opportunities of the Orcus submarine agreement for Adelaide. In fact, you'd think it was his idea, the way he discusses it and talks about it as his own, and he's made many comments over the years in support of considering civilian nuclear generation to be a part of the mix in South Australia and Australia. And indeed, I strongly suspect that if we win the upcoming election in the coming months, the South Australian government will be a very willing partner in discussions about nuclear in South Australia. He's also probably pretty unpopular with Minister Bowen because the South Australian Labor government are extremely embracing of natural gas. as an important fuel source for our energy grid well into the future. And of course the Moomba gas fields that straddle South Australia into Queensland are vitally significant industry for South Australia. Our only ASX 100 listed company that's headquartered in Adelaide is Santos, who of course have that decades-long history of extracting gas from Moomba and piping it down to South Australia. And of course now there's also a pipeline that goes to Gladstone in Queensland. So the Labor Premier in South Australia not very in tune with this federal Labor government. The Western Australian Premier equally not very in tune with this government on energy issues, on environmental red tape issues. I suppose they've still got Jacinta Allen to hang out with, the Victorian Premier, if they so choose to, in the upcoming campaign, and you know, all strength to their arm on that. I don't know, maybe that the one person that the Prime Minister feels that when he's standing next to, he's not the most unpopular of the two would be the Victorian Premier. So, you know, least worst. What a slogan. There's a TV ad in that, I think. It could be worse. So, of course, Deputy Speaker, we're debating a bill that is a clean-up job for this government on significant flaws in legislation that have been revealed through a judicial decision, and we in the Coalition are very uncomfortable with the retrospectivity principles of this on top of the policy principles of where this government are taking us. They went to the last election and they said power prices were going to drop by $275. Poor old Reputex. I hope they've changed their name and got a new website, because their name is absolute mud. They are the company that, of course, did the costings on Labor's $275 energy saving, and you wouldn't want to engage them for anything given what would happen when you Googled their name now, after they, of course, have had their credibility completely destroyed by Minister Bowen and this federal Labor government's energy plan, which has delivered anything but cost savings for Australian families. Hydrogen, regrettably, is coming unstuck all across the country, and I think it will be very shortly that the South Australian government announced that their hydrogen plant is miraculously going to become a natural gas plant. They've already softened this up through local media coverage, saying that the steelworks situation in Whyalla means that maybe their $600 million hydrogen plant, which would definitely be more than $1 billion now, isn't viable. Not that that was ever the reason that they were, or that they at least said they were undertaking this hydrogen investment in the Upper Spencer Gulf, but they've been briefing out to the media that the turbines that they've purchased that were going to run the hydrogen generation can equally be used or can have natural gas as an alternate fuel source to hydrogen. They haven't purchased any electrolysers yet. That's lucky if they're not going ahead with this hydrogen plant, that they haven't been saddled with the huge cost of electrolysers, and it's very conveniently looking like the South Australian government are going to be abandoning hydrogen, which is in line with everyone else in this country that is abandoning hydrogen that this government says is an integral part of their future vision for the energy needs of this country. Whether it's offshore wind, whether it's the $1.5 trillion worth of transmission lines, which we don't want to see built, but happily for the communities that would be affected, we've got such an incompetent government that they can't even successfully roll out an unpopular policy like $1.5 trillion worth of transmission, but it will probably ultimately come if we don't get rid of this awful government and their dangerous energy policies. And all of the metrics that they were meant to hit when it comes to their energy vision for our future, they're failing on. Some we're lucky that they're failing on through incompetence, but of course Australian families have been deeply, deeply let down by their failure to achieve the central promise of their energy policy plan, which was cutting household bills by $275, a confirmed failure. And so many families, so many businesses are now almost frightened to open that bill that they get in the mail with their energy retailer's logo in the corner. Some might want to take their logo off just so there's a better chance of people opening their mail, because that bill shock that you get when you open your electricity bill under a government that said was going to cut your bill by $275, and you suddenly find now you've got to cancel the family holiday that you've done every year on that long weekend, to the caravan park by the sea, because, you've got to pay your electricity bills, you've got to pay your rent or mortgage, you've got to provide for your family, you've got to, pay the grocery bills. So it's that discretionary expenditure, the things that people look forward to and enjoy, that they're having to cut out of their household budget. And it's no wonder that we're seeing this anger, particularly in parts of Australia that are doing it the most tough, because this is not the life that they thought they were getting by voting for this Labor government. And they shouldn't be mocked for thinking it was safe to trust Labor, that they wouldn't blatantly lie about cutting your electricity bill. Because we should live in a society where people that aspire to be Prime Minister of this country, when they say something like, hey, vote for me, I've got a costed policy here with good old Reputex, so you can, it's got a big stamp on the side saying that this thing can be relied upon. It's not unreasonable that people thought, oh, well, I'm sure he couldn't possibly lie to us about something like that, and I would like my electricity bill to drop by $275. So people would have fallen for that, and it's a great disgrace and a shame on those that perpetrated that fraud on the people of Australia that they were misled to that extent. Now, we've made it very clear that we have a very different vision for our energy future, one that people can count on and rely on, one that has been properly costed, one that is credible, that is being pursued around the world by every advanced economy except ours. Funnily, because we've got the largest uranium deposits on the planet. In fact, in my home state of South Australia, the largest uranium mine at Olympic Dam, run by BHP. And of course, we have not had a civilian nuclear generation industry until Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, and the coalition have said this has to be the future for our nation. This will bring us the security and reliability we need. This will give confidence to investors to invest in our economy, to set up businesses here, to bring businesses here, knowing that there's a reliability of energy, one of the vital inputs to our economic recipe. And so going to the people of Sturt, like my other coalition colleagues and candidates will be doing, we have a solution to this Labor mess. The bill before us is a great example of the chaos that energy policy in this country is in under our Prime Minister and under this Labor government, and it has to come to an end, which is why we've made the very deliberate decision to put the most comprehensive energy plan out in the public domain with all the detail that people need to understand it properly, there to be scrutinised, very unsuccessfully from those that have tried so far, I might add. One that will achieve our net zero by 2050 commitments, and I echo our Shadow Energy Minister. It will be very hard to get to net zero by 2050 with nuclear. It'll be impossible to do it without it. And no one on the planet has a credible plan to get to net zero by 2050 without nuclear. Not a single person. Apparently our Prime Minister and Energy Minister, they know better than everyone else. And we know what their track record is because we can see it in that $275 electricity saving that they achieved for every household in this country. So we oppose this bill, Deputy Speaker. We more broadly oppose the chaos of energy policy in this country under this government. Thankfully for the people of Australia, there is an election within months, if not weeks, and it's a great chance to get our country back on track, to get our energy policy back on track, and to bring certainty and reliability and stability for Australian families and Australian businesses. I urge the House to defeat this bill.
And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
As I rise to speak on the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, I reflect on where I am standing, the Federation Chamber, the chamber where non-controversial bills land and where non-controversial speeches are made, apparently. The Shadow Minister for Climate Change and Energy earlier challenged why this bill is being sent to this chamber, which was used for covert purposes earlier in this parliamentary session in Labor's hope that the media weren't watching. Newsflash, they probably are. There's no press gallery here, Deputy Speaker, but I can assure you the Australian public are watching this government very closely on energy policy. They are watching failure after failure from the Albanese Labor government to deliver the $275 reduction in their power prices, promised 97 times to help Mr Albanese get into the lodge. Labor's energy approach comes at 5 times the cost Australians were initially promised. Australians are watching quarterly wholesale prices rise to a level over $100 per megawatt hour when Minister Bowen promised wholesale prices would be just $51 per megawatt hour. Wholesale prices skyrocketed 83% in the past year, with record highs in New South Wales and Queensland. So what was Labor's 2022 pre-election energy modelling? Perhaps it was complete and utter fantasy. Perhaps they accepted their modelling from their cowboy mates in the foreign-owned wind turbine industry for goodness knows what benefit to everyday Australians. So we come to this bill, and the Shadow Minister mentioned in the House a protection racket. He asked, why is this government running a protection racket? When you consider the majority, if not all, of the wind turbine proponents offshore or onshore are foreign-owned, you have to ask if the Albanese government is acting in the national interest. Why are foreign-owned energy companies acting like cowboys across Australia, dividing communities with sham consultations, as the member for Wannon said earlier? Why the haste to put this retrospective legislation through the Parliament in what may well be the dying days of the Albanese Labor government? Labor still haven't told us how much offshore wind will cost or how much it will cost on our power bills. Given their track record, either they don't know or they don't care. As long as their cowboy mates in the foreign-owned wind turbine industry get to railroad regional communities. You only need to look at their form, not only in my electorate of Mallee, as I was saying earlier this sitting week on the appropriation bill, Victorian Labor's fast-tracking of regulations to turn my electorate into a pincushion of wind turbine projects and a spider's web of transmission lines on prime agricultural land. And just on transmission lines, let me add, there are people who have very interesting lives who listen to Parliament, who are listening right now. One took it upon themselves to write to me responding to my earlier speech this week saying nuclear energy will require transmission lines just like wind turbines do. No, that's incorrect. The Coalition's policy is to establish nuclear energy facilities to support energy jobs at existing coal-fired power sites in the existing transmission network. That's the nonsense those opposite and their ideological friends in the Greens and Climate 200-backed Teals propagate in Australia. They gaslight Australians that regional people want wind turbines. When you actually ask regional people, farmers facing the imposition of wind turbines, their answer is 90% no. They don't. That is a fact. Nuclear will not require the 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines across regional Australia that Labor is proposing. This is a government waging an ideological war on coal and gas, offering damp squibs to coal and gas miners and workers, for instance, proposing that coal-fired power workers in the Hunter Valley be re-employed making solar panels. Never mind in Labor's la-la land where China already dominates that market and nobody in business would go anywhere near trying to take China on without serious subsidies. Labor has weakened the energy grid and Australians are being forced to rely on expensive, unreliable renewables without the necessary firming power. Labor has no plan for affordability, no plan for reliability and certainly no plan to keep the lights on, and Aussie families are paying the price. It's time to embrace a balanced energy mix as a cheap, clean and consistent path forward. I surveyed thousands of voters in my Mallee electorate and asked, do you support extracting more gas for use in Australia? This is in Victoria, remember, where the Andrews and Allen governments cripple investment and exploration for gas. Over 2/3 of Mallee voters, 68.6%, said yes, they support extracting more gas for use in Australia. Just 15.7% said no. Incidentally, 46.5% of respondents said Australia's carbon emissions reduction targets are too high, and 62.5% said they were likely to support nuclear power like small modular reactors being part of Australia's future energy mix. This is Australians talking. When asked whether they thought our energy system should prioritise reducing emissions, ensuring electricity is affordable, or ensuring reliable supply, 57% backed affordability. And I don't think this Labor government gets it. The Australian people are not mugs, but Labor is trying to take the Australian public for mugs. Australians see their power bills going up. They listen to the Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, saying renewables are the cheapest form of electricity, and they laugh. Not, ha ha, that's a funny joke, that nervous laugh, which would be funnier if it wasn't so painful. This government is a joke, but not the funny kind, the sick joke kind. I can tell you, Mallee voters cannot wait to render their verdict at the ballot box. It gets worse though. This vindictive brand of Labor we currently have at federal and Victorian levels takes the insult one further. They determine that Mallee will be the primary renewable energy zone for the state. There were going to be 6 REZs, renewable energy zones, but 3 of them suddenly vanished. 2 others are in Mallee, and the other one will point the foreign-owned wind turbine cowboys to Wannon. But the big purple patch on Labor's REZ map is absolutely Mallee. Go bulldoze your way through Mallee, they tell the foreign-owned wind turbine cowboys. Pretend you care, but go your hardest. Conduct a fig leaf consultation, but hey, we've got your back. We'll fast-track the laws, we'll have sham environmental approvals so you can get through. Why? We know there is a rush for Labor's political target, a hypothetical emissions reduction target that is hurting every Australian in their power bills. A mad rush to a renewables future because Labor have thrown the dirt in the face of coal and gas and said, get out of our country. Nick off, they say. We've got abundant wind and solar. One problem, the wind doesn't blow at the precise moment everyone has their air conditioners on in the peak of summer when the sun has gone down. It's very thoughtless of the sun and wind to do that, to not shine and blow when Labor wants it to for their supposedly green dreams. I can picture the minister frustrated at the setting sun saying, how will renewables be the cleanest form of energy if you keep going down all the time? It's like King Canute yelling at the tide. A footnote of history, Deputy Speaker. King Canute was actually trying to demonstrate that his power had limits, that nature, or God in his context, had a supremacy he could not counteract. But not the Albanese government, not the Energy Minister. They'll yell that renewables are the cheapest form of electricity because if they say it enough, they hope the lie will become the truth. Before I finish, Deputy Speaker, I want to commend my colleague, the member for Nichols, for moving a bill the Requiring Energy Infrastructure Providers to Obtain Rehabilitations Bond Bill 2024. The premise of the bill is a simple one, and I have mentioned these energy cowboys, the foreign-owned companies that come and build projects, but who knows if they'll still be around to clean up the mess if they've gone broke or left the country, and leave these huge turbines in the ground, rusting away. Let's remember, Deputy Speaker, turbines proposed onshore in my electorate are at this stage potentially up to 280 metres high, 17 metres short of the Eureka Tower in Melbourne, one of Australia's tallest buildings. As I said earlier this week in the House, there's a turbine over 350 metres high proposed in Germany right now, which, if built here in Australia, would make it one of the nation's tallest constructions. These energy cowboys, foreign-owned companies, want to put massive turbines on offshore. It seems to me the member for Nichols' bill, and I disclose an interest, a very passionate and strong interest in the genesis of that bill, is a perfectly reasonable proposition. If you're putting gigantic infrastructure on Australian shores, you need to put down the money to show you'll rehabilitate them when it is finished. Nobody has a crystal ball, and it's fanciful to suggest that in decades or centuries to come, wind turbines will be a permanent fixture in our oceans, mountains and landscapes. They will become redundant and they will need to be removed. Requiring a rehabilitation bond is surely environmentally responsible. The political children on the crossbench, principally the Greens, like to hop up and down and demand miners rehabilitate land if mines go ahead. We have state laws that require that rehabilitation. It is the law of the land. Yet somehow, if it's an energy project, such as wind turbines, nope, the Greens go missing. Don't impose environmental rehabilitation requirements on wind projects, God forbid. As one older lady said at a public meeting I attended in Waringa in my electorate, admitting she's not a very good shot, but if a farmer shot an eagle, they would be prosecuted. Yet somehow if a wind turbine chops one up, that's good for the environment, or it's okay with the activists. Let's not forget that popular Counting Crows song, often wistfully sung by the would-be environmentalists, bemoaning that they paved a paradise and put up a parking lot. While in my electorate of Mallee, they're wrecking paradise and building a very large pincushion. A pincushion of wind turbines to punish Mallee voters for having the common sense to see Labor's energy pipe dream for what it is. Labor are punishing the sensible Australians who yelled to the Emperor that he isn't wearing any clothes and throwing them in the political clink. That's the nasty, vindictive behaviour by Labor in Mallee. Labor intends to punish regional Australians for supporting a sensible approach to energy policy. Also, Labor can keep living their out of sight, out of mind wind turbine fantasies in the inner cities. I commend Peter Credlin from Sky News and the Weekly Times for sharing my constituents' stories. Come out and take a look at the industrial wasteland Labor is creating on our paradise, our Grampians, our Wimmera Plains and Gunnawara wetlands. Australian voters cannot wait for this election, Deputy Speaker, and neither can I. Bring it on.
Thank you. And I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an absolute privilege to follow. And I want to affirm the comments made in this chamber by the member for Mallee and the way that she has articulated some of the failings of this government set out in this legislation. And from a starting point, Madam Speaker, I just want to put on the record that there are those in this place that start their assumptions with the Liberal Party that none of us believe in renewables energy. Well, I was sharing a story with my colleagues before the debate started, and I live in a regional precinct. And I had a journalist here in Canberra once say to me, "When are you guys," meaning the Liberal Party, "going to get on board with renewable energy?" And you should have saw their face change. And it really gave light to what a Canberra bubble. is when I explain to them that I live in a regional area and that there would not be, it'd be hard pressed to find a single farm that didn't have a windmill on it. And that windmill would have been supplied by a company called Southern Cross Windmills. Their head office is situated in my electorate. And this year they are celebrating 150 years of manufacturing, making us the early adopters of renewable energy. And when those windmills failed and we had to adopt new technologies, you know which was the technology that most farmers went to? Solar panels, to run little Honda motor pumps, to pump water for stock, for irrigation, to provide the protein, to provide the fibre, to provide the vegetables, the food that goes on the plates of Australian. We were the early adopters. Now, I can tell the Australian Labor Party something for nothing. If you want people to get on board with it, that they're doing exactly the wrong thing by making it even more expensive to use renewable energy. Because we were told on more than 200 occasions on those on the other side that under a Labor government that power prices were going to be $275 cheaper. That the wind blew for free and the sunshine was free. Leading people along, leading the Australian people along on the understanding that their power prices were going to go down. Now, with the number of people in this room at the moment, I would do a straw poll with the members in this chamber at the moment and ask, think of your last electricity bill. I know what mine was. My electricity bill at home was over $2,500 for the quarter. Go back 3 years when Labor was first elected. When we left office, the same power bill was $1,200. That's in my household. And I would challenge that.
Mine was $30. I've got solar and a battery.
You can, that's excellent. That's it. So embrace the technology.
That's right.
But why is there? So my point. No, there's no. I can accept that. That I can accept the interjections matter. But the wholesale price, Madam Speaker, regardless of the household benefit that you're getting, the household benefit, the household prices have skyrocketed 83% since the Labor government have come to office, and there's no disputing that. And that's just in the last year. Bowen's promise of a wholesale price when they first came to office by 2025, when he promised that he would get the wholesale price to $51 a megawatt. You know where it's currently sitting in the last year? Double that. The wholesale price is up around the $100 mark and has been for the entire year. Since this Labor government have come to office, I have seen crisis after crisis after crisis. A housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and now an energy crisis. And why are we dealing with this legislation today? I mean, I remember one of the last sitting days of the last Parliament. I think there were 31 pieces of legislation that were rushed through the Parliament. There was no debate allowed on any of them. There was no contribution to be made. There was no scrutiny. There was no nothing. And at the core of this piece of legislation now, which arguably has had little or zero consultation with the public, the government is seeking to unwind those very bills that they look to fast-track through this place. They rushed it and they made a mistake. And as a result, there are unintended consequences of this piece of legislation, and it's why we will be opposing it. I was in, and I'll tell you what else gets people in regional Australia cranky, is when the permits for windmills and solar farms get put in. And I take this from a group of farmers who I had the privilege of catching up with in Gladstone They were from a small community called Cabra. And they were complaining that the country that they owned, that was being ear-tagged for windmill development, wind turbine development, was subject to a different set of rules as that they were the people who owned the place. That if they wanted to build a dozer road up to the top of the hill and clear a pad to build some infrastructure or a beautiful house site, that would have not been permitted for them as householders. But complete strangers could come in with the protection of provided by the EPCB Act that made them exempt from the very rules that the farmer would have had to apply to. Not only they're getting it wrong on the other side of this chamber, not only are they getting it wrong, but they're upsetting honest, hard-working Australian men and women who are in regional Australia who are having to put up with the consequences of this sham legislation. The Kelbar families, they were concerned for the livestock that they had. They voiced to us a number of concerns that they had about construction. But most of all, as I said, they were concerned about the inequity, that there was one rule for the developer and then there was one rule for them, and they thought that that was just simply un-Australian. As I said earlier on, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister promised on many occasions to cut power bills by $275, but instead families are paying more than $1,000 under this costly and chaotic energy policy. Moody's last week confirmed that it would cost about $230 billion over the next 10 years. That would be for the installation of renewables, and that could only drive electricity prices up another 25% in time. Well, Madam Speaker, can I say, if those families that don't have solar panels and batteries, and they're in the same situation as I and many other Australians are, where our power bills are incrementally increasing under a failed environmental and energy policy that this government presides over, can I remind you how hard it will be for those that are already at the brink? So throughout my electorate, I have a number of churches and charity groups, and out the back of most of them, St Vincent de Paul, Salvation Army, they'll have food banks and they will provide cash. And there was a period of time, I've been serving in this chamber, that this will be my 6th election. There was a period of time early in my representing the community when I would attend these food banks to assist and offer my time, where those presenting would be people that had fallen on hardship, kids, renting. The new norm at these food banks now are mums and dads that work every day, put their kids to school. But the pressures on the family budget are so clumsy, are so incumbent, are so prominent, that they're relying on the charity of others in the community just to get by under this government. And I think it's farcical, absolute farcical, when the Prime Minister, early in his piece, when campaigning at the last election, said that things would be better under a Labor government. Can I assure you, for many hundreds and hundreds of families in my electorate, that is far from the case. And this energy bill is only part of it. And I worry about the future as we move into election mode, as to what our country, what peril our country will have, what our energy prices will look like in the event that there is a hung parliament with Labor at the helm and the Teal Greens crossbench. How those, because I can't think of a single Teal seat or a Green seat that's got a wind turbine farm in it. They're all united to the fact that they want them, but guess where they want them, Madam Speaker? They want them in my beautiful backyard. They want them on my farms. They want them on the people of Cabra's farm. They want them in regional Australia. They want them in regional Queensland. And we're just saying you can't have this double standard. You want them, you have them. You take them in your electorate. But don't jam them down our throat. One of the local government authority areas in my electorate is called the Scenic Rim. Now just think of those two beautiful words. It's pristine. And I would have, without a doubt, in a heartbeat, people in inner city Brisbane saying, yeah, you've got to have them out of your area because we just can't have them here in my electorate. Labor's renewable-only approach isn't working. I can't think of one matrix where they are meeting their targets. Our option is for a balanced energy mix. We want it to be clean, we want it to be consistent with the pathway forward. We've openly had a discussion with the Australian public about nuclear, we have a conversation about gas, we will have a conversation about low emissions, high energy, low emission coal-fired power stations. Our coal exports have actually increased under Labor as countries around the world are embracing, and there for a period of time, our actual coal exports surpassed our iron ore exports. We don't talk about that. I mean, it was interesting to hear the member for Sturt here talking about our uranium deposits, the largest in the world. And how much emissions does our uranium policy put out? Zero. The wind turbines, we spoke earlier on about the failings of, we heard other speakers speak about reclamation work on coal mines, but then where is this equal standard applied to the reclamation costs of pulling wind turbines out and solar panels out? What's the cost of then trying to dispose of those assets? It's all uncosted. It's all unknown. But then when we put up a costing to say, well, this is what it's going to cost, and the life of a nuclear power plant can be over 80 to 100 years, the zealots come out and say, oh no, we can't have clean energy that way. It's like their whole modus operandi. It's how they treat the farmer. One set of rules for the turbine, one set of rules for the farmer. We'll calculate nuclear one way, and we'll calculate the disposal of renewable assets a completely other way. In fact, we may not even calculate that to put it into our overall prices. People are seeing through this. People are the Australian public are seeing through it. And they're reminded about the farce every time their power bill arrives, Madam Speaker. They are reminded of it. So, for colleagues in the House, I will be opposing this bill. I oppose this bill because it was ill thought out. It shouldn't have saw the light of day in the first place. I understand what Labor are trying to do. They're trying to fix an anomaly that was rushed through the Parliament without scrutiny, and they've been caught. I oppose the bill, and I oppose the increasing in power bills that this bill does, and we oppose Labor's higher energy prices. Only a Dutton-led government will fix Australia. Thank you.
I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Renewable energy undoubtedly is a wonderful thing. In South Australia, we have led the nation in the establishment of renewable energy. In fact, there are 2,400 megawatts of installed capacity in South Australia. But there's a bit of a rider here, and I would have called you Madam Deputy Speaker, but you appear to have changed your spots, Mr Deputy Speaker. While we've got 2,400 megawatts of installed capacity, AEMO will not allow the wind generators to generate more than 50% of that at any one time. It's one of the reasons when I drive around my electorate, which hosts many of these wind farms, that when the wind seems to be strong enough, and the price is good enough, they are still not turning. The reason they're not allowed to operate is because the grid, without some base load generators like gas, in South Australia's case, is too unstable. Now, South Australia has led the charge on renewable energy, and I think there's a lesson here for the rest of Australia. Around about 70 to 75% of our electricity is coming from renewable energy. We are double the next mainland state. I might say your state, Mr Deputy Speaker, is in front of that again, but you are running on historical hydro assets. But for the mainland, South Australia leads the charge at around about 74%. The next state is Victoria. They have half that, 32%, around about 32%. And it's not the only thing that South Australia has led the charge on. Not only do we have double the next state's renewable energy, we have by a margin of 50% Australia's highest retail price. You just cannot disconnect the two events. It is just not possible to say that South Australia has 75% renewable electricity, but it's just a quirk of nature that somehow our retail prices are 50% higher than the next state, which is New South Wales, by the way. And this is having an unbelievably detrimental effect on South Australia and our industries, our manufacturing industries in particular. And I've met with a number of rather large ones in recent times that are bemused by the fact that in a place where we are full, where we have adequate, obviously renewable resources, but also adequate fossil fuel resources and, of course, nuclear resources, that somehow we are leading not only the nation but right up amongst those in the world with electricity prices. The issue really is, and I did hear the previous member for Bennelong interject and talking about his power prices, but the issue is there is an embedded and hidden subsidy system which supports renewables. That is why a wind generator, or a solar cell for that matter, can sell electricity into the market at a profit when the wholesale price is minus $60 a megawatt. They sell at a profit to them at minus $60 a megawatt hour. What makes up the difference? It is the retailers who are forced to buy this energy off the generators at a negative price, who then slip it onto our bills, on our retail bills. That's why South Australia has such high retail bills. But it's not detailed on our retail bill. It doesn't tell us that the reason your retail bill is so high is because we are paying a subsidy to the wind generators that have cut off the traditional forms of generation. I just think any system that is so confusing that the man in the street can make no sense of it at all, and it's pretty difficult, and if you've got a long afternoon, I'll explain to the Parliament how the bidding stem works. That's a complete mystery within itself. But it's hiding the reality, and it's punishing our industries along the way, which is why we have that higher price. So this bill is about giving the minister, it's an oversight, fixing up a problem from before perhaps, but it's about giving the minister more power to approve offshore wind. Now, I've visited Germany. I was very interested in their Energiewende. It's their transition from fossil fuels to renewables. And I must say I have a friend in the German Parliament who is beside himself at the moment at the speed of which they are losing industry in Germany, and it is being shipped out to countries that don't care so much about emissions, it would be fair to say. When I read up and when I checked when I was there, it's a little while back now, basically offshore wind generators cost about three times the price of onshore wind generators. And you say, well, why on earth would someone build them offshore if they're more expensive to build? I mean, that obviously has to feed back into the price at some stage. Well, the reason is, particularly in Germany, but also here in Australia, where we're finding now, is that people don't want to be looking at them. They want renewable energy, but they don't want it on their patch, and the previous speaker just touched on that somewhat. Now, we don't see wind farms in and around capital cities. We don't see them in Adelaide on the Mount Lofty Ranges, but we do see them when we get further north and out of Adelaide and in the hills around Burra or around Port Augusta. It's okay to have them up there, but certainly we don't want them where the general public has to look at them. It's pretty much the same with solar farms, I must say. And some of my farmers welcome the wind farms. They pay pretty well on a per tower installation. Not so much through the rest of the community as a rule, because they get to look at the turbines and they don't get to benefit largely from any financial benefit, and they're not big employers. So in the end, there's a fair bit going on when they're constructing them, and I was only recently looking at some farms that have been constructed around Burra, which is a beautiful part of the world, and the mess they have made on the tops of the hills and ripped out native vegetation, which is hundreds of years old, it's disgraceful, really. Nothing else. A farmer would never be allowed. I mean, we have non-clearance rules in South Australia. They've been there for 30 years. Farmers aren't allowed to clear their land. But it seems that, of course, wind farm operators can. So they're all in the country. And it makes you wonder where we're going here in Australia with our energy policies overall. And last week we had 3 industry groups come out and implore the government to slow down the closure of fossil fuel. They said Australia will not meet the 82% target which the government set itself for 2030. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Not only are wind and solar approvals at a low point, the government has trumpeted them, but actually they are pretty much stuck with all kinds of approval problems at the moment. The transmission lines, the thousands of kilometres of transmission lines that the government has designated is meeting local hostility. The government has worked to try and overrule local opinion here again. It's not really taking the community with you. If these things were so good, well, people would open the gate. And it seems also that green hydrogen has hit the wall after an initial surge of great enthusiasm. When we see Fortescue, Twiggy Forrest, walk away from green hydrogen in Australia and say, on one hand, he thinks the government should keep investing in it, but he's not going to, thank you very much. AGL have walked away. In South Australia, we have the state government, which is intending to build a green hydrogen plant near Whyalla or in Whyalla and run an electricity generator off of that. And only this week we're seeing the Premier taking issue with GFG Alliance, and there may be good reasons to do so over a whole lot of issues. But let me point out that when the hydrogen plant was proposed by the South Australian government, there was no talk of an offer-take agreement with anyone else. They were going to use the hydrogen themselves for their plant. Now, my understanding is they've ordered the generators, but they haven't ordered the electrolysers. And I think the state government had thought they would build, or they'd put a budget figure down. I don't think they'd scoped it at all, from what I'm told by industry insiders, of around $600 million. I can't find anyone in the industry that thinks they'll build it for double that. And I think the reality of green hydrogen is starting to sink in around the world. And I make the point, as we were the epicentre in South Australia once again, around about a dozen years ago, of hot rocks. We were told very confidently at that time that South Australia would be running on hot rocks by the middle 2020s. There's not one. Because in the end, after the initial enthusiasm, the costs actually beat the projects. You just could not find a cheap enough a way of developing the hot rocks industry that generate electricity. Perfectly clean electricity, actually nuclear-powered electricity as far as that goes, but perfectly clean, works well, just way, way too expensive. And it seems that that may be the path for green hydrogen, as much as we all hope it will happen. I hope it'll happen. It'd be wonderful for my electorate if some of the projects that have been proposed get up. It would be wonderful for the world for generating electricity, but it has to be at a price that is at least somewhere near competitive with current electricity generating systems, or otherwise we won't do anything in Australia. Like, we will not be able to afford it. We're seeing at the moment cafes closing up and they're blaming their electricity prices. Manufacturing, I've got a couple of very large mineral processors in my electorate, and I know how much they're struggling with the cost of energy at the moment, and particularly electricity prices. And the Minister, Minister Bowen, he's told us we're going to need 22,000 solar panels a day. Somebody should line them up on a patch of ground and let people get their head around it. 22,000 a day and 47 megawatts wind turbine a week. And so they're looking to push for offshore wind at 3 times the price, and found that communities are no happier with those proposals than they were at the ones on the land, the fishing and the tourism industries. On alternatives, last week I had the great pleasure of going to Port Augusta and listening to Miss America 2023, Grace Stanke, a nuclear scientist, a nuclear engineer, talk about her life and how she got to be an engineer in a nuclear plant and what a fan she is of nuclear energy. She explained to us all the things that happen around us that are powered by nuclear energy in one form or another, or made with nuclear isotopes. Things like smoke detectors, things like the radiotherapy that saved a father's life, and perhaps mine as well. But she spoke and how enthused she was as a young woman about the fact that this source of energy already does so much good in our society, and why wouldn't we take it and do more good with it and provide cheap, clean, emission-free electricity to the world. It's very rewarding for me, because I've had some communication with the Port Augusta community, that I'm finding very low levels of resistance there. I'm not saying they welcome it with open arms at this stage, but they're more than happy to talk about it and sit down and have an intelligent conversation. And having government members or their associates circulate pictures of 3-headed fish is contemptible, quite frankly, and we should be having a more mature debate in Australia about these important issues than that way. So this legislation is about a ministerial override, and that's the kind of thing that should scare all of us all the time. And it's been jammed through in the dying days of this Parliament, it must be said. This is probably the third to last sitting day of this Parliament, and the government's wanting to get it through it in an awful rush, and against the will of unwilling communities that are not keen to host these offshore wind generating platforms which threaten their tourism and threaten the scenic beauty of coastal communities and threaten their fishing communities. Whether or not those threats are real or imagined, I guess the beauty is always in the eye of the beholder, but it's fair to say they are concerns in those communities, and it's quite clear the government has not run a thorough consultative process and taken the communities with them, and it's very important. If governments want to lead the Australian public, they should be prepared to speak with them and take their views on board. So I'll be opposing the legislation.
And I thank the member for Grey for his contribution. The question before the Federation Chamber is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would suggest that in my time in politics, there are a few things that really get under people's skin in such a form as they will change their vote. And the independent power swindle is most definitely one. It is not renewable. There is nothing renewable about thousands of tonnes of concrete, steel that is placed on a hilltop, or solar panels with cobalt and lead in them that we don't quite know what happens if it gets into the groundwater, or the bisphenol A and the microplastics which from these wind turbines will blow over the ground, consumed by cattle, consumed by sheep. If you eat them, microplastics go into you. We've now got studies where we see it gets into the bloodstream, crosses into the brain, goes to the blood-brain transfer. There's a good report out the other day, up to a spoonful of microplastics in people's head. And so much so, it can't be a joke, because now in the stock assurance schemes, I've got to actually nominate how I keep stock away from them, even though I don't have them. This is a nightmare we're creating for ourselves. What happens if the cadmium and the lead get into our groundwater? What exactly do we do? How do we press reverse on that? Because you're not allowed to graze around them either, because of the concerns. And we're seeing the decommissioning right now of some of the wind towers coming forward as we speak. And the argument, of course, is who's responsible for it. What we're seeing on farms is farmers have been sucked in, some of them, to become hosts. See, the swindle factories, that's what they are. I'll tell you how they rip you off later on. They're not really interested in anything but collecting the money in big dollops from well-meaning people who do want to do something about climate change, but they use the guilt. They use the guilt to rip them off. So with the farmers, they say, "Oh, we'll pay you." First, they were so honourable. They said, "We'll pay you $3,000 a tower." Sometimes the price of a megawatt unit of power, just on the 5th of February, went up to $17,000. $17,000. So when you look at it, you might be saying, well, that means you're going to pay that farmer maybe for half an hour of what that wind tower produces. Maybe a day at best. It's nothing. But here's the trick. The farmer's responsible for the decommissioning of them. Now, Andrew Dyer himself, which was the Labor Party ombudsman, not us, not something we put up, he came back with a report and was very diligent. Professor of Law at Monash University said between $400,000 to $600,000 to decommission one that's structurally sound. And this is now probably a year or so old. And up to $1 million per tower if it has a structural imperfection. So if you've got a farm that's got 12 of them, that's $12 million impairment on the place. These farmers are not going to get $12 million from anybody to pull them down. So you're going to have properties with negative value. So you're going to have the issue of microplastics, which is fouling the land. That is definitely on the cards. You've got the issue of bisphenol A. You've got the issue that no one's responsible for decommissioning them. You've got the issue that these companies that set them up have become $2 companies. They flip their liability. Any liabilities they go. That's out there. Now let's go along it. This is amazing. I reckon these people need an award. If there was an award for lobbyists for the biggest rip-off ever put onto the Australian people, these lobbyists should have got it. Remember, we're always told it's the cheapest. If it's the cheapest product, you shouldn't need to subsidise it all. But let's start with the capacity investment scheme. Can anybody actually tell me, because we believe in transparency, how much we're paying these people under the capacity investment schemes? I mean, surely we have a right to know. I mean, it's taxpayers' money. Why can't we see how much money that we are underwriting intermittent power precincts? Let's never call them renewables. Intermittent power precincts. That's why they are what they are. We use this romance nomenclature such as renewables, farms. That's part of the swindles to massage you into a position of compliance. But who knows what we're getting for these capacity investment schemes? Are we paying them a 10% return? I've heard 15%. I've heard 18%. And which means even if they don't produce power, they get paid. I'd like to buy a cattle place and say, well, even if I don't produce cattle, you'll just pay me a portion of the $10 million. Pay me $1 million a year. You know, when you give away these bat poo crazy ideas like that, guess what? They build them everywhere. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Yet we're not supposed to know it's commercial in confidence. Well, that's rubbish. Just covering it up. Be transparent. Be honest. Tell us what's in it. Then, of course, the next thing is we're creating a product that people have to buy. That I can say you have to buy this type of power. But If it's the cheapest, I'll buy it because it's the cheapest. Why do I have to buy it? Have you got other products in other shops where you say if you go in, you have to buy that potato, that type of potato? You have to buy that type of chop? You have to buy that type of laundry detergent? Why do we have to buy this product, which they keep telling us is the cheapest? Shouldn't you just stand on its own 2 feet and you buy it because it's the cheapest? Not just buy it because you're told to buy it. What is a country that tells you to buy certain products? Well, that would be socialist countries that tell you to buy certain products. What type of country hides commercial agreements that are underwritten by taxpayers' payments? Well, I think it's it's Australia, there's one. And then we build their transmission lines for them. We're told we're going to spend all this money for 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines. Do you know other businesses where you just say, well, you know, I'm going to start carting all your produce free backwards and forth to the supermarket? Where does that come from? So we're going to do this stuff for them for free. And then you've got this next swindle. So you've got corridors. You've got corridors that are pushed through farmers' place. Right now, there are security guards going onto farms to demand access against the farmers' rights, backed up by the police if they don't do it. The farmer has to get an occupational health and safety check to go onto his own land. And we're doing this in Australia. Now, once they get their corridors and they push it through, and they've basically divested from the farm their private asset, guess what they do? They sell it to a Spanish transmission company, a Spanish company. It's generally what one it is. And guess what they sell it to them for? Billions of dollars. So they've divested the asset off the farm, passed it through the hands of a state government, and then on-sold it for billions of dollars to an overseas organisation, divesting the private individual of their assets. I mean, this whole thing stinks. And then we've gone through the pricing. This was pure genius. So you get a product that you need for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 7 days, both night and day. But instead of selling it as it's required, it's like instead of selling it as it's required, which is 24 hours, they sell it in 5-minute blocks. Well, I wonder who dreamt that up. What a convenient thing. See, anybody can produce for 5 minutes. You look up, sun's shining, I can bid in. Bit of a breeze, I can bid in. But they're so cunning. See, what they do is if you ever argue against them, they say, you're a denier, you don't believe. Or that religious sort of metaphor that charges in there whenever you are trying to tell people, when any cult-like structure starts, whenever they fail, they go to the religious metaphor to try and guilt trip you in. But 5-minute blocks. So let's say they've got 100 units. What they do is there's a bit of a breeze and they come and say, we're so cheap, and they bid negative. Bid negative for 20 units. They know full well that AEMO is going to need 100 or 80. So then coal comes in and they're going to charge you $70 a megawatt hour. Then gas comes in and they're $150 a megawatt hour. Then it goes all the way up to batteries. And then the strike price happens, where AEMO says, got it. And then everybody gets paid the highest price. Why don't you get paid what you bid for? What other market do you go to where you bid low but you end up owning the house? You go to a sale and say, oh, yeah, $10, and walk away and say, I'm going to end up with the house. Because, well, no, that's how it works. It's just, it defies logic. And as I've said in here just the other day, the spot price was at $57. The price in the stack went to $17,000. And no one blinks in this country. No one blinks and says, hang on, there's something wrong with that. And there is something morally wrong with that, because it's not magic. Poor people pay. People who can't afford electricity pay. I just saw Mission Australia just then on television. People living in their cars. And we just sit back and go, oh, because we have been so gullible that we've been sucked into this idea that it's somehow morally prudent and imperative and the top of the moral apex tree to put aside all our lateral vision, all our clear understanding, and to actually get these intermittent power companies and bring them into your Senate, bring them into here, and sit them down and start getting some truth about this whole thing. So we can stop ripping Australians off. Stop being so naive. Stop being so gullible. Just be what you're supposed to be in this joint, a politician. And so it's on all sides. It's on all sides. There's no side that's pure on this. There's this because it's worked its way for ages. And just always ask yourself the question. We know we're all politicians. Follow the money. Who's making a mozza out of this? What's driving that person? Has anybody, we sat down and had an inquiry and dragged these people in? And said, look, let's have a talk to you. And they might say, oh, you don't believe in climate change. I said, that's nothing to do with climate change. I might, no, it's got nothing to do with it. I want to know where our money's going. I want to know what's going on here. Tell me. I need to know. I need to know. I've got a right to know. It's my job, actually. I get paid pretty good money to find out this stuff you're just trying to hide from us. So when you see this, if you sit back and just think about it, if you sit back and have this unquestioning belief, beyond reason, beyond observation, you just blindly believe something, it's called a cult. And very smart people, decent people get sucked into things like that. It's because they don't question. You don't have to be a cynic, you don't have to be a stoic, you just have to understand, you've got to question stuff. And, we've seen it now, ultimately these things fall over. Green hydrogen's fallen over. Where's the taxpayers' dollars that have gone into that? Are we going to get them back? Are these people going to pay us the money back? Of course not. Just see ya, they're gone. Gone with our dough. Are we going to see with all these other things, when ultimately we'll be smacked on the backside by reality, and you will find that as people go broke, as no manufacturing goes here, as it just becomes self-evidently a total debacle, I wonder if then we'll have an inquiry where suddenly an epiphany will happen in this place and they'll say, what on earth did we do to our nation? How did they get away with that? How do we who was in politics at that stage? Why were they so naive? Why didn't they haul them in? Why weren't the questions asked? And for us who are here, what are you going to say to those people? What are you going to say to them? When you see these fields of intermittent power precincts that just don't work. They work for about 30%. You can get to about a 30% saturation in the market, and after that, it just does not work. And physics beats philosophy every day of the week. Every day of the week. So this bill, pertinent to this bill, is yet another, it's emblematic of fiasco. We found something we didn't know. The minister found out he had powers he didn't know about and now wants to get rid of them. I mean, it's just, the whole thing is just, and that makes, remember, this is the same minister who stands up with that smirk on his face, pretending that he's all over the subject matter, all over his brief, got it all under control, and he's actually divining a new energy system for Australia. In closing on this, whatever you think, if you go outside and look up at the sky, have a good look at that arc of heaven, just watch it, observe it both night and day, then go down to the chamber
6:30 p.m.
and ask the question.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for New England will have leave to continue speaking for his last 15 seconds when the debate is resumed on a future day, if that is his wish. And I call the clerk.
Order of the day, government business grievance debate.
And I thank the clerk. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll focus my remarks this evening on education, the need to do more to support public education, but also independent schools and university students in my community of Wentworth. Wentworth is fortunate to have some wonderful schools, But options for public high school education are thin on the ground. Whilst half our kids in our area attend a public-private primary school, less than 1 in 5 continue into the high school system in the state system. Now, this isn't because there's a lack of demand. In 2023, a survey by parent group Close East found that 3/4 of parents wanted to send their kids to a co-ed public high school. But the options just aren't there, and they're being reduced further by recent decisions by the New South Wales government. Just last week, the state government revised the boundaries for the inner city's high school, meaning parents in Double Bay, Centennial Park and Wallara will no longer be able to send their kids to that school. The inner city's high school was only opened in 2020, and after years of campaigning by members of that community, and parents are rightly outraged. As one said, this is a decision that divides the community. When many families are already struggling with costs of school fees, this could drive even more to leave our area. I'm proud of the advocacy by our community, which secured over $40 million to upgrade Randwick High School and make it co-ed. But we still desperately need more options for public education in Sydney's east. That's why I've been working with local architect and expert in urban school design to develop a vision for a new high school in the east. The options are incredibly exciting, but the time is running out. With much of the land available in the east slated for development, and new opportunities are very, very hard to come by. Parents in Wentworth are demanding action on public education. More than 3,000 local people have called for a new public high school in Sydney's east by signing my petition. They want the New South Wales government to listen to our community and to take action to plan for a new high school before it's too late. Their voices need to be heard, both by the state and federal governments. And so I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to table a copy of this petition.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Here it's come together. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, as well as promoting public education, we also need to continue to support our terrific independent schools. First, that means maintaining funding for independent schools in line with their schooling resource standard entitlement. There are some in this place who sit to pit public education against independent schools, pushing a false narrative that they're competing for a fixed bucket of money and claiming that support of one comes at the expense of another. I don't accept this, and this is not how the system works. We are a country where every parent should have the right to choose the school they believe is best for their child, and where over many years we have had a multi-partisan consensus on funding schools in line with the Gonski Review's SRS. We want all schools to get to that 100% of their entitlement, and it means properly funding public schools, and it means to continue to support independent schools. In Wentworth, independent schools, including the Catholic schools, receive on average around $5,500 per student in state and federal funding. This compares at a New South Wales level to about $22,000 per student per public school. For most people I speak to, this seems like a reasonable balance. And so I urge all parliamentarians to commit to ensuring that all schools, including independent and Catholic schools, receive their full SRS funding. The second way we can support independent schools is by providing greater certainty around when funding is provided. Currently, the Department of Education determines a capacity contribute score for each school community every year, which in turn determines their level of funding. However, last year, CTC scores for the 2025 academic year were not released until the 12th of November 2024. This left independent schools in my electorate with just a couple of months before the new funding arrangements came into effect. That's just not enough time to deal with significant changes in funding. Data from Independent Schools Australia shows that around 1/5 of independent schools nationwide saw funding decrease as a result of changes to the CTC score, with one school experiencing a funding cut of more than $1 million. For many schools, these funding changes can only be dealt with by either cutting programs, changing staff levels or increasing fees. We need to have more than a couple of months to plan for this. The situation is also challenging for parents who can face high school fees with just a few weeks' worth of notice before the school year ends and new term begins. When many are already struggling with the cost of living and keeping their kids in the school, it's an additional challenge they could do without. Deputy Speaker, it's right to have a fair funding model for independent schools, which reflects the capacity of local communities to contribute to the cost of their kids' education. But we do need to provide certainty and stability around this funding and give schools and parents time to adjust if there are changes. Announcing CTC schools in mid-November, when funding changes happen in January, is not providing that certainty and stability. I therefore support calls from schools in my area and across the country for CTC scores to be calculated and released earlier in the year to give sufficient time for schools to adapt. At a minimum, I urge the government to provide schools with at least 6 months between the finalisation of CTC scores and the new school year. This would help provide much needed funding stability for schools and parents and allow them to better plan for the year ahead. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about keeping a lid on student debt. There are so many people, young people in Wentworth, who feel like they've done the right thing, worked hard at school, gone to uni, got a good job, but now feel weighed down by student debt and don't think they'll ever be able to buy a house or get ahead like their parents did. I'm proud that pressure from the crossbench has led to changes in the HECS debt indexation last year, which will wipe $3 billion in student debt off for 3 million Australians. That is good. That is what the crossbench has been standing up for. But we need to do more to support young Australians studying for their future who cannot afford crippling US-style student debts. We need to do 3 things. First, create a smarter system of indexation. Right now, graduates are charged interest on debts they've already paid. That's because our current system doesn't account for repayments that people make to their student loans throughout the year. The Universities Accord recommended changing this, but so far we've seen no action. A simple fix would just be to change the date of indexation from the 1st of June to after the deadline of individual tax returns. This would mean we stop charging interest on debts that the students have already paid. Secondly, we need a fair system of treatment of student debt by financial institutions. Currently, APRA guidance for HECS debts is 1 sentence long and requires student debt to be treated the same as other types of loans, including buy now, pay later. This is despite the fact that student debt repayments are income dependent, unlike other forms of credit. The Australian Banking Association says it would be open to considering HECS debt differently, but until guidance from the government says otherwise, their hands are tied. Government needs to step in. Third, we need to get rid of the failed Job Ready Graduates program that has unfairly penalised art students. Arts degrees bring essential skills to the workplace, to our society and to our humanity. Our young people are more productive, happier and more committed to members of society if they are allowed to follow their skills, their interests and their passions at university. Trying to shoehorn them into other paths is clumsy, expensive and inequitable fees is just counterproductive, and it didn't even work. We need to get rid of the unfair and ineffective Job Ready Graduate Scheme put in place by the last Liberal government and give students studying arts degrees a fair go. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Wentworth. The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Housing is one of the defining challenges of our time. It's not just about bricks and mortar, it's about affordability, stability and opportunity. It determines where we work, live and raise our families. And as the member for Parramatta, I'm proud that our community is leading the way in addressing this challenge. The latest data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that Parramatta has approved more dwellings than any other local council area in New South Wales, 1,620 so far this financial year. That's more than 10 times the New South Wales Council average of 145 new approved dwellings. In fact, Parramatta is number 1 out of 125 local government areas in New South Wales when it comes to housing approvals. On top of these approvals, we have large new developments in the pipeline. Thousands of homes planned for North Parramatta, Westmead South, Rydalmere and the Parramatta CBD. These numbers reflect the fact that Parramatta is pulling its weight and then some to meet the housing demand in our growing city. But with this rapid development comes the responsibility to ensure that growth is balanced, sustainable, and that the voices of our residents are heard. Parramatta residents understand the need for new housing and support the growth of our community. We know that without new homes, affordability will continue to worsen, locking more Australians out of home ownership and driving up rents. But our community also believes that development should be done the right way, preserving green spaces, protecting heritage sites, and ensuring that infrastructure keeps pace with population growth. Parramatta is doing its fair share, and so it's only fair that Parramatta residents have a meaningful say in how our city evolves. Of course, the housing crisis is not just a Parramatta issue. It's a national challenge that has been brewing for decades. As Minister Claire O'Neil has explained, the fundamental problem is that Australia has not built enough homes to meet demand. The data is clear. House prices have far outpaced wages growth. Home ownership rates have plummeted, particularly among younger Australians on lower incomes, and rental affordability is at crisis levels. We need to build more homes more quickly. But right now, the construction industry is grappling with significant shortages of labour and skyrocketing material costs and financing challenges that make many developments unviable. Our planning system is too slow, limiting the ability to increase housing supply where it's needed most. Now, the Albanese government understands the scale of this crisis and is acting decisively. We've set an ambitious national target to build 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years. To achieve this, we're working in partnership with the states, industry and local councils to streamline planning approvals, boost construction productivity and increase the skilled workforce. We're also making the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade through the Housing Australia Future Fund. Additionally, we've increased Commonwealth rent assistance, putting an extra $1,000 a year into the pockets of more than 1 million households. And we've introduced new laws to strengthen renters' rights. For those aspiring to home ownership, our government is making it easier for first home buyers through the Home Guarantee Scheme, which is already helping 1/3 of all first home buyers into the market. We're pushing for the passage of the Help to Buy scheme, which would help 40,000 Australians, including nurses, childcare workers and teachers, achieve their dream of owning a home. Building more homes is the long-term solution to this crisis, and that requires all levels of government, industry and the community to work together. We need to train more workers, invest in modern construction techniques and remove unnecessary barriers to development. In Parramatta, we're already leading the way, but we must ensure that our community's voice is heard, that our heritage is protected, and that our city remains a great place to live. Housing is about more than numbers. It's about people. It's about ensuring that every Australian has a safe, stable, and affordable place to call a home. That's what we're fighting for, and that's what we'll continue to deliver. What a fantastic celebration we had yesterday. Pongal 2025 was bigger, brighter and more joyful than ever, and it was truly an honour to be part of it. The energy, the warmth and incredible spirit of the Tamil community made it an unforgettable event. Pongal is an ancient Tamil festival celebrated in the south of India and Sri Lanka. It's about thanking the sun, Mother Nature and the farm animals for their contribution to a bountiful harvest. And I want to take a moment to thank the Tamil Arts and Cultural Association and, of course, Anagan Babu for their tireless efforts in organising such a spectacular gathering. It takes immense dedication to bring an event like this to life, and every year it just keeps getting better. To the talented dancers, musicians and performers, your artistry was breathtaking. Thank you to the Canberra Tamil Association, to Bollyfit Dance Studio and Cultural Martial Arts. You brought Tamil culture to life with every step, every note and every beat. The passion and pride of your performances were truly inspiring, and I know everybody in the audience felt the same. Pongal is more than a festival. It's a celebration of gratitude, of hard work and togetherness. It reminds us to appreciate the blessings that we have and to honour the contributions of our families and communities. It reminds us to look forward to the future with hope and optimism. These values are at the heart of the Tamil community, and they're values that make Australia stronger. As the Member of Parliament for Parramatta, which is home to the largest Tamil community in the country, I'm incredibly proud of the contribution that Tamil Australians make right across the board, whether it's in business, education, healthcare, or the arts. Your impact is profound, and our nation is richer because of it. This month, we also celebrate Tamil Heritage Month, an opportunity to reflect on the deep history, resilience, and cultural legacy of the Tamil people. It's a heritage that spans thousands of years, and it's one that continues to flourish here in Australia. So as we reflect on yesterday's celebrations, let's carry forward the joy, the unity, and the spirit of Pongal throughout the year ahead. Thank you again to everyone who made it such a special occasion. I look forward to celebrating with you all again next year.
And I thank the member for Parramatta. The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Sunshine Coast is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia. Data suggests we're growing by around about 8,000 new residents every single year. Population of the Sunshine Coast at the moment is about 350,000 people. By 2041, it will reach 500,000 people. Now, we can look at these statistics and we can take pride in the fact that we are a lifestyle capital. We can take pride in the fact that we are such an attractive region. Other people want to come and join us. However, we have to also recognise that there are growing pains here. When a region grows at such pace, it is absolutely critical that we have infrastructure being built ahead of the population curve. And this is a massive challenge on the Sunshine Coast. It also explains why I've been working so closely with my colleagues, in particular Lou O'Brien to my north and Andrew Wallace to my south, to ensure that as a team we go into bat for our broader region, to make sure that we unlock the capital required to ensure infrastructure keeps up with that population growth. It is why we have successfully achieved an outcome of $3.2 billion for upgrades to the Bruce Highway. It is how we were able to unlock a $181 million concessional loan to ensure the Sunshine Coast Airport could be turned into an international airport. It also explains why we were able to achieve a $390 million contribution from the former coalition government for an upgrade to the rail line, the B to N line, with upgrades through to Nambour. It also explains why we were successful in ensuring that we had money put aside for rail through to the coastal strip. For the first time ever, we now have rail funding allocated, with the rail going on to the coastal strip of our region. We have $2.75 billion now allocated from the federal government towards that $5.5 billion total envelope of funding when you add in the state government's contribution. It's a reminder too of what it means to be a federal MP, to be given the honour to serve your local community. Down here in Parliament, there's always a lot of talk, a lot of chatter, a lot of words that go on. But ultimately, I think each of us, we get judged by our performance, what we get done. And I'm proud to say that working as a team with my colleagues on the Sunshine Coast, we have gotten stuff done. Indeed, between getting elected in 2016 and the end of the coalition government in 2022, I can't find a region in Australia that received as much federal government funding for infrastructure than we did on the Sunshine Coast. This is all about ensuring that we work as a team and go after what the Sunshine Coast needs most. Now, this leads me to talk about the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This is certainly going to be one of the greatest events Australia has ever hosted. Indeed, I believe it will be the greatest of all time. Now, when it comes to the Sunshine Coast role in the 2032 Games, there are a string of sports that we will be hosting on the coast. Now, that includes the marathon, road cycling, mountain biking, kite boarding, football and basketball preliminaries, as well as for the Paralympics, the marathon and road cycling. Now, I remember very well in the former government playing that role as the Prime Minister's representative, leading the negotiations on behalf of the federal government to secure that 2032 bid. And I remember at the time being very proud of those sports that we were able to carve out for the Sunshine Coast. And so much as I'm a sport fanatic, as much as any person is in Australia, we Australians love our sport, we can't lose sight of why we went after those games in the first place. It wasn't to host the games per se. It wasn't about our love of sport. In truth, we went after the opportunity to host the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games because it provided us an opportunity as South East Queensland to unlock capital, to build infrastructure for our future. Now, that wasn't some secret plan. In fact, we were very upfront with the Olympic movement at the time. And indeed, the IOC embraced that because under their new norms, as they call it, their vision for future Olympic and Paralympic Games is not that a host region changes their own area so that it can fit the Games, but rather that the Games changes what they do to fit the future vision of that area. In other words, a vision where the local community is empowered to leverage the Games to create the future they envisage for their own residents, for their own nation. And it's with that spirit that we decided to bid for the 2032 Games, and we won that bid. And this takes me to the importance of ensuring the Sunshine Coast wins when it comes to infrastructure for our future as we prepare for those Games. Now, there's two particular projects I want to point to. One, I believe the single greatest game-changing infrastructure we can have on the Sunshine Coast is heavy passenger rail running along that Camp Cost corridor along the coastal strip. Two, I believe it's high time the Sunshine Coast had a multi-purpose convention centre. Now, both of these things are not new ideas for the Sunshine Coast, but the thing that we've been lacking up until only a few years ago was the catalyst to bring these projects on, to accelerate the delivery of projects we need for our future. And therein lay the key to the 2032 Olympic Paralympic Games. It provided that opportunity for us to secure funding that otherwise would not be there. Now, when it comes to a multi-purpose convention centre, I believe that should be based on the grounds of the new CBD in Maroochydore. And that is why basketball preliminaries were so important to the Sunshine Coast when we secured the Games. Now, there are two options. Either you hold the basketball preliminaries at Kawana or you hold it in Maroochydore. Now, I recognise that the former council of the Sunshine Coast wanted those to be held at Kawana. I disagreed with them then. I still disagree now with those who insist that it should be held at Kawana. There are good reasons why we need to ensure that we don't just have all basketball courts consolidated at Kawana, but the real reason I want it at Maroochydore is because by hosting the basketball preliminaries at Maroochydore, we have the opportunity to leverage public funding together with private capital to build that multi-purpose convention centre as a lasting legacy for generations to come. And so as the state government now reviews what should happen with managing the Games after really going in the slow lane under the former Palaszczuk-Miles government, I am unashamedly still out there, putting forward the very case I put forward when we put our bid on the table for the Paralympic Games in the first place. Basketball preliminaries at Maroochydore. Why? Because our region deserves a multi-purpose convention centre. Secondly, then, it's rail. The basic thinking about having an Olympic sport at Maroochydore was it provided the rationale for bringing rail off the existing line along the coastal strip all the way up to Maroochydore to ensure that as people attended the games from around the world, they could get to those preliminaries. At the very least, they also needed to get to the games very early in the morning to watch the marathon. Now, of course, again, despite the fact we carved out money for the rail, both the Albanese government and then the Palaszczuk Miles government stalled the project 3 years amidst a hyperinflationary environment. So, of course, the price tag has gone up. The former Labor state government suggesting it could be as high as now $12 billion. We need to unite as a region and continue to advocate for that rail line as part of an integrated system with a mass transit solution. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Fairfax. The question is a grievance has been noted, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in late April 2023, so just a little under 2 years ago, my son Charlie had just had his second birthday. And like all toddlers, you know, they're at childcare, they're running around, they do pick up the occasional cold. And he woke in the morning and it was a cold, so didn't feel the need to reach out to our GP or go to the doctor straight away. But as the day went on, the cough got worse and he started to become distressed. So I did then ring the clinic, our GP clinic, to say, is there any chance that I can get Charlie in? I'm a bit worried that he might have croup. I'm really concerned about this cough. And of course the clinic was full. They no longer did after-hours bulk billing services. They no longer did after-hours services. They didn't have the GPs to be able to do that on rotation. There is no, at this point, after-hours bulk billing service or after-hours GP services anywhere in Bendigo, despite the fact it's a regional city of over 120,000 people. And so the clinic were incredibly apologetic and said, look, unfortunately, Lisa, there's just no space. I did then get a call back from my GP to say, look, I'm really sorry we can't get Charlie in. What's happening? I described the symptoms and he said, look, your only option is to go to EDs. So with a young son at 2, my mum came over to take care of my daughter. I'm at EDs with my son. The nurses were fantastic. They did the triage and said, look, we suspect it's croup, but you are going to have to wait for the GP to be assessed to get what we all know with young children and croup, the steroid, the wonder drug that just gives them that ease and helps them sleep and helps them recover. And it does. Like when your child gets that steroid, it is extraordinary how much comfort and how well and how quickly they bounce back. But it was a 7-hour wait. Croup, a child with croup, too, quite a common condition, but because we didn't have the bulk billing services or even the GP services after hours in my electorate, we were at EDs. And we were not alone, hence why it was a 7-hour wait. And as I sat there in the waiting room with my son, crying, upset, distressed, trying to get little breaks outside for the cool air to help him breathe and settle, and then take him back inside. I didn't want to lose my place in the queue. I looked around the ED waiting room, and majority of the people waiting to see a GP were in a similar situation. Older people. Over a third of the people in the room were parents with children under the age of 5. Some who'd been there before had even taken their dinner and had a packed meal ready. They knew the wait would be so long. This was the situation in my electorate before the Labor government opened a Medicare urgent care clinic just around the corner. And it opened not that long ago. So now families who find themselves in the situation that I found myself in with my son Charlie do not have to go to EDs. There is now an alternative. They can ring up and make an appointment on the day at the Bendigo Medicare Urgent Care Centre. It is a vital service that is able to be done through funding from our government, because we prioritise Medicare, and we get that families, particularly with young children, need to have access to those GP services and those after-hours services. And it is making a difference. And I can hear it in the conversations that I have with the kinder mums and that I have with the other mums and dads at swimming or at kinder drop-off. Everybody loves this service. But it's only happened because of a Labor government. It has only happened because we have put the resources into Medicare. This is on top of the other changes that we have made to Medicare by tripling the bulk billing incentive to make sure that concession card holders and children are bulk billed, encouraging GPs to take up that option to bulk bill their children and concession card holders. We are rebuilding and restoring Medicare. It started to collapse under the previous government, when the now opposition leader was the health minister, and I was here at that time. He froze the Medicare rebate, and it was slow death for many Medicare bulk billing services. It made it impossible, freeze after freeze after freeze, with the cost of delivering care going up and GPs not earning more. It put pressure on it, and I watched in my electorate after service after service. First, they cut back their after-hours service because they couldn't get GPs to work back if they weren't being incentivised to do so. Then, clinic by clinic, dropped their bulk billing. They dropped it. Some dropped it altogether. Some dropped it for all people unless they were children. Some, it was just GP by choice. So we were in this free fall of bulk billing that was just collapsing in front of us. And it goes back to what started with the previous government. That is why I'm so proud to be part of a government that is rebuilding Medicare. And we are, as a result, we are seeing more GPs bulk billing in my electorate. We now have an after-hours service, which is just around the corner from our emergency at the hospital, which is helping people get the urgent care that they need that isn't an emergency. This is what Labor governments do. This is why we've started to rebuild Medicare, making sure people can get access to the healthcare that they need, taking that worry away from parents so they do not have those long waits at emergency. It's not just Medicare and urgent care where we are rebuilding. We are restoring fairness to the way we fund our public schools and our school education system. The previous government, when Malcolm Turnbull was Prime Minister, froze, put in the legislation that capped the amount of Commonwealth funding that could go to states for public schools. What we've done in this parliament, and I can remember speaking on it in this very chamber, was turn that cap into a floor. That's allowing our government to negotiate an increased funding agreement with the state of Victoria. That has now meant that we've got a commitment to see our public schools get to the schooling resource standard, get to that point where our public schools will receive per student the same amount of funding as our independent and Catholic schools. This is the point I really want to reiterate. Our independent and Catholic schools were already being funded by the Commonwealth and the state government to this resource standard. The schools that were not receiving the same amount of money per student was our public schools. This is what we have done as a government. We have restored the fairness to public school funding to make sure that our schools in Victoria get it. And in the conversations that I've been having with parents and in the conversations that I've been having with local media and with community members, there is a bit of shock. They're like, I thought we sorted this out with Gonski. I thought it got done. No, we thought we had, but then the coalition was elected, the Liberal and the National government. And this is where we separate. This is where we differ. This is where who you vote for matters. Because there is an ideology that does drive governments, and the previous government's ideology did not prioritise fairness in our funding and fairness in the funding of our schools. that this is why when we think about jobs, health and education, I'm asking people to think about who is going to be best to make sure that it is a fair go for all, that we do have fairness in our system, that regardless of postcode, you have access to the quality health services that you need, whether it be a bulk billing, a Medicare urgent care centre visit, or whether it be your GP being able to bulk bill you. Whether being able to have access to cheaper medicines, or your parents having access to cheaper medicines for longer through the changes that we've made through the PBS. Whether it be your children or your grandchildren, regardless of the school you choose to send them to, receiving the same amount of public funding. Yes, schools may charge fees on top of that, that is their choice, but they get the same amount of public funding. The role of this place is to ensure that we have fairness and integrity when it comes to working with our states to deliver these vital health and education services. And it's a choice that people will make coming up about who they believe will deliver better for healthcare and better for education, who will be better for Medicare and who will be better for our public schools. It is a choice, Deputy Speaker, that we ask all Australians to make, and I ask people to think about that as their first and second top tier issue when they go into the election. Who will be better for Medicare and who will be better for education, to make sure that everybody gets the quality healthcare that they need and gets the education opportunities that we should all be afforded in a country like Australia.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Ever since I was elected in 2016, I've worked to build a better Wide Bay. That's involved working with the community, identifying local solutions and seeking assistance from government to get the right outcomes. I've worked with many community, sporting, veterans and service groups across Wide Bay to help them get the support they need and work with the community and my coalition colleagues in Canberra to secure funding for the Gympie bypass and the Tyro bypass. But over the last 3 years, the challenges Wide Bay faces and our nation faces have been made so much harder by the Albanese Labor government. Labor's bad decisions, warped policies and wrong priorities have made life harder for everyone. At the last election, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese promised a better future for all Australians, but if you ask yourself, are you better off now compared to 3 years ago? I bet the answer is no. The answer is no because of Labor's homegrown inflation disaster, which has seen an 18% increase in the cost of living. The answer, it's no because Labor has delivered 7 quarters of negative growth, giving us the longest per capita recession for 50 years. It's no because productivity has crashed 5.6% and real disposable incomes have fallen by 8.7%. It's no because Labor promised a $275 reduction in our power bills, but instead Queenslanders are paying $948 more than Labor promised. It's no because gas is up 34%, insurance is up 19%, savings are down by 10.2%. It's no because Labor has given us the worst 6 months of business insolvencies on record. 27,000 businesses have gone insolvent over the last 3 years. It's no because mortgages have almost tripled. It's no because Labor wanted to divide our country by race. It's no because Labor's economic, energy, immigration and industrial relations policies are driving up inflation and stretching household budgets to breaking point. These failures are hitting homes and businesses in Wide Bay, and we can't afford another 3 years of Labor. When you look back 3 years ago, before Labor was elected, you can see that real progress was being made across Wide Bay. But this Labor government has abandoned regional communities like ours. I worked to extend mobile phone coverage to 19 new locations throughout the Wide Bay. But in the time since Labor was elected, they've not funded any new mobile phone sites. And with the 3G shutdown, which occurred under Labor's watch, mobile phone coverage has seriously deteriorated. In Maryborough, we secured $28.5 million to build a new projectile forging plant, creating 100 new jobs and boosting Australia's defence capability. A $700,000 commitment is helping to upgrade the Maryborough Military and Colonial Museum. We invested more than $25 million replacing and upgrading bridges in the Fraser Coast, Gympie and Noosa, including the replacement of Koondoo Creek Bridge on the Tin Can Bay Road to better connect Cooloola Coast with other communities. In Noosa, I've worked with organisations like Sunshine Butterflies at Koroiba so they can share their magic with more families, and helped secure $2.5 million to build a new community house at Peregian Beach, and another $2.5 million to build the Sunshine Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. I also worked with Katie Rose Cottage Hospice at Doonan to secure $1.5 million to increase their capacity. In Mergen, I worked with my friends at the Mergen Men's Shed to help them bring the Railway Museum to life. Veterans in Mergen have a dedicated drop-in centre thanks to a $450,000 commitment to help them access advocacy services. A $1.65 million fossil and fine art museum 55 million years ago is showcasing Mergen's paleontological history. In Gympie, a $1.8 million project is underway to create a new place to honour our veterans, and 200 new jobs have been created at Nolan's Meats through a $5 million investment to extend their production line. I've also helped a number of sporting groups like the Granville Tigers Hockey Club, Noosa Dolphins, Noosa Pickleball, Maryborough District Hockey clubs to access funding. Anyone who knows me knows how concerned I am about improving road safety. As a former police officer, I've seen the tragic aftermath of fatal crashes on the Bruce Highway. I fought with my colleagues in Canberra to former Queensland Government and Albanese Labor Government to make the highway through Wide Bay as safe as it is from Gympie to Melbourne. In 2018, a huge community effort resulted in an $800 million commitment by the former coalition government for the Gympie bypass, transforming one of the deadliest sections of the Bruce Highway into one of the safest. I worked with the community to secure $269 million from the former federal government for the 4-lane Tyro bypass. But state and federal Labor governments put lives at risk by going slow on these vital projects. The former Queensland Labor government said the detailed design would be completed by the end of 2023, that tenders would be called in 2024 and construction would start in February this year for the Tyro bypass. But none of that was true. The detailed design has only just been completed. The tender hasn't been called and construction has not started. The Albanese Labor government has failed to deliver the new major projects on our stretch of the Bruce Highway, much of which between Gympie and Maryborough is rated less than 3 stars out of 5 for safety. And it's been revealed that the bulk of the recently announced $7.2 billion safety upgrade funding won't be available for many years to come. State and federal Labor have proven that it can't be trusted with our safety on the Bruce Highway, but I won't give up fighting for the safety of my locals. We need to get Australia back on track, and that starts with a government that understands and delivers for our region, not ignores it as the Albanese Labor government has done. I'm looking to the future to continue my work with the community to deliver for Wide Bay, including fighting to extend mobile coverage across Wide Bay, particularly in areas such as Boobergin and Tiwa Beach. I'm keen to work with local community and sporting groups to help them get their support they need, including funding for a new clubhouse for the Noosa Dolphins Rugby Union Club. Improving the capacity of other sporting clubs in Wide Bay is a priority for me as well, and I'm working with the Gympie Hockey and Maryborough District Hockey Associations to upgrade their clubs. I'm also working with the Noosa Women's Shed to secure funding for their shed and the Gympie Pistol Club to redevelop their clubhouse. So many families and businesses have experienced economic pain caused by the Albanese Labor government. The statistics I outlined at the beginning of my speech tell of the hardship inflicted by this government. We can't afford another 3 years of Labor's weak leadership and economic incompetence. We need to get Australia back on track, and I'm working with the Coalition to deliver the right policies and the right priorities to deliver for Wide Bay and make Australia prosperous, secure and united again.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Albanese Labor government has been steadfast in delivering for Newcastle, creating more than 20,000 new additional jobs, easing cost of living pressures for families, investing in skills and training and addressing key infrastructure needs. Labor's commitment to our region for today and into the future has never been more evident. Our government's most significant achievements have been our focus on creating jobs, driving the transition to net zero in a methodical and orderly manner, and providing economic stability. Through major investments in clean energy, Newcastle has become a hub for innovation in the transition to renewable energy. As Australia's largest regional economy, Labor knows the pivotal role Newcastle will play in our plans to build Australia's future. Labor's ambition for a future made in Australia is clear. We want Australian workers to make more things here. To do that, we need to train Australians for that future. And that's why we're investing in education, research and development, opening the doors in university and TAFE to ensure our country has the skills we need to reach net zero and build our future here in Australia. Labor's free TAFE has already given 600,000 Australians the chance to learn new skills for new jobs at no cost. And as we move to a net zero global economy, Newcastle is leading the charge in transitioning to a cleaner, more sustainable economy, ensuring that workers are not left behind. And that's why we're locking in a further 100,000 free TAFE places each and every year. But we aren't stopping there. Labor is also investing a $65 million net zero manufacturing centre of excellence at Tighes Hill TAFE, a game changer for our region. This TAFE Centre of Excellence will play a pivotal role in building new net zero manufacturing skills for workers in our region. With this new facility, we will be able to grow the workforce to support the renewable energy industry of tomorrow, to build on the partnerships between TAFE, universities and local industry, and drive down power bills because we know that renewables are the cheapest form of energy, and getting more into the system sooner will bring down prices. We've also just delivered almost $21 million for a new future industries facility at the University of Newcastle, which will bring together students, small and medium enterprises and community to test and scale up new technology and upskill people in Australia's energy, resources and manufacturing sectors for this net zero economy. These investments into Tighes Hill TAFE and to the University of Newcastle's future industries facility, coupled with our investments in renewable energy projects like offshore wind, solar, green hydrogen, ammonia and aluminium, pave the way for a bright future for Novocastrians and position us as a leader in the industries of today and tomorrow. Work is underway on the Clean Energy Precinct at the Port of Newcastle, which is backed by a $100 million upfront investment by the Albanese Labor government. Significantly, this precinct will repurpose a 220-hectare industrial site on Kooragang Island that was once destined to become another coal loading terminal. Instead, it will now be used to facilitate clean energy, its production, the storage, the transmission, the domestic distribution and international export. And the Clean Energy Precinct reached a major milestone in October last year, signing agreements for key design work and environmental impact studies covering electrical infrastructure, water services, general infrastructure, storage, berth infrastructure and pipelines to the berth. And now a formal advisory agreement has been signed with global leader Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. The Clean Energy Precinct is a major economic boost for our region. The exciting potential of new industries like offshore wind and green hydrogen and ammonia to shift our region's economy to net zero and position us as a global lead, really, in new energy cannot be overstated. Newcastle and the Hunter, we've powered Australia for generations, and this project makes sure that we'll continue to do so for many generations to come. Decarbonising our economy is the greatest economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution, and establishing the Clean Energy Precinct at our port will ensure good local jobs are created and protected into the future. Labor is also making great progress on high-speed rail, which represents the next chapter in our economic story of Newcastle. The Newcastle to Sydney route will open a host of housing, employment and business opportunities for our region, as well as providing sustainable low-emissions transport. Ahead of the 2022 election, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese launched plans for high-speed rail in Newcastle, committing $500 million. Since then, we've established the High Speed Rail Authority with an office and community information hub in Newcastle completed, the necessary geotechnical drilling, and now we're in receipt of the highly anticipated business case. It's an exciting time for Newcastle, which will be the birthplace of high-speed rail in Australia. And this is what building Australia's future looks like in Newcastle, and only a Labor government will deliver it. While we work to create a future made in Australia, we remain, of course, focused on easing the cost of living for Australians. Our economic plan is all about helping Australians earn more and keeping more of what they earn. It's not a mission accomplished because people are still under pressure, but we've made some welcome and encouraging progress on the cost of living in the past couple of years. Under a Labor government, inflation is low, wages are up, employment is also up, and unemployment down, with more than 1 million new jobs being created under this government. Just last week, we celebrated a major jobs boom in the Newcastle region. Since coming to government, almost 20,000 jobs were created in Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, highlighting a 9% increase. And this surge in new jobs is great for Newcastle and our region. We've got more Novocastrians working, which is great for workers, families, business and industry alike. By investing in training and skills, infrastructure and innovation, Labor's building Australia's future with good, secure, well-paid jobs at its heart. We've also made good on our promise to save GP access after hours, having restored the clinics at the John Hunter and Mater hospitals to their full capacity, as well as opening a new Medicare urgent care clinic at Charlestown. And this new urgent care clinic offers walk-in care 7 days a week across extended hours, and importantly, it is completely bulk bill. This means you can access high-quality health care. The only card you need will be your Medicare card. More than 2,500 people have received bulk billing care through that clinic since it opened its doors just 2 months ago. We've also announced an 11% increase in funding to public hospitals in New South Wales, and Labor's historic boost to women's health to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for the tens of thousands of women in Newcastle. Women have asked government to take their health care seriously, and Australia's first ever majority female government has listened. Labor's investment of more than $500 million will save women and families thousands of dollars across their lifetime. These changes include new PBS listings for oral contraceptive pills, lower cost and better access to long-term contraceptives, more support for women experiencing menopause, PBS listing for new menopausal hormone treatments, and more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, including one in the Hunter Central Coast region. It's about time that women in Newcastle have more choice, lower costs and better health care. And only Labor can be trusted to protect and strengthen Medicare. We know there's more work to do, and we're working hard to improve our system each and every day. The Albanese Labor government's also easing cost of living pressures for students. We've already fixed the student loan indexation formula, which cut $3 billion in student debt, with most students receiving that credit or refund in December last year. But we're going a step further. A re-elected Labor government will cut a further 20% off all student loan debts, wiping around $16 billion in student debt for around 3 million Australians. In Newcastle, that means the average deduction of around $5,700 for more than 25,000 students. Along with these record investments in our region, Labor's primary focus has been around cost of living. And that's why our government made sure that every taxpayer got a tax cut, why every household got energy bill relief, why people have access to cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, a stronger Medicare, free TAFE and student debt relief. The biggest threat to household budgets and to Newcastle's future is indeed a coalition government. We know this because we know people would be at least $7,200 worth off under coalition government based on their approaches to wages, tax cuts and energy bill relief alone. It's time that we indeed gave up on giving tax breaks for bosses' long lunches and focused on the needs of everyday Australians.
Has expired. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know the member for New England spoke before me, and I think he left about 10 seconds on the clock, and I was intrigued as to what he was going to contribute in the final 10 seconds, but that's all right. I'll pick up where he left off. We are, of course, in an interesting hour of the evening to be sitting in the Fed chamber. We usually would finish up for the night after the grievance debate. But of course, this being probably the last sitting week before the end of this parliamentary term, who knows? Potentially. I think that we're getting a little bit messy around with the order of the House and where things are going and which legislation is going to be debated in which chamber, and I suppose that's understandable. But that is our primary concern around this bill that we're dealing with this evening, the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill. The Coalition's concern about this bill is that it hasn't been thought through, that there hasn't been consultation with industry, that it's been rushed through in what will be the final sitting fortnight, well, presumably the final sitting fortnight of the term, and it's all to resolve an issue that the Minister had created earlier in the term through the sloppy development of legislation, and of course he's trying to fix it with some regulation, but that regulation will only apply moving forward. What this bill seeks to do is to apply that same changes to the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021, trying to apply those retrospectively. And of course, when you end up in a situation where you are creating legislation to fix problems retrospectively, it is not ideal. That's not the way that things should be done in this parliament. It's the way that we occasionally have to do things, and of course we're all realists and understand that we don't live in a perfect world. But a situation where we've got to come here in the final dying hours of this parliament and try to retrospectively fix something without any consultation, without the proper input and the proper processes that we expect to occur in this place, without the opportunity to go out to those who are experts in the industry and to get their perspective on what these changes mean and what the impacts will be on their industry, and in this instance, those who are involved in the development of offshore electricity, it leaves us in a very difficult position. How are we supposed to deal with a bill like this without the information that we need in order to properly assess this? And of course, you know, this bill will pass through the lower house, but I think it's worth taking the time this evening to talk about our concerns and to talk about the process that has been less than ideal in the development of this bill and in the opportunity that we've had, or lack of opportunity that we've had, to give this the proper assessment that I think all legislation that comes before this House should be able to enjoy. So this bill amends the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021, under which offshore wind projects are managed across this country. And we've seen a lot made of offshore wind projects that have failed to get off the ground or perhaps are still in development across this country, and the controversy that they've created within the communities where they have been proposed. And this bill amends the Act to specify that regulation made by the Minister on the 12th of December last year. It was interesting actually that regulation came in after we'd risen for the year. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that there was a deliberate attempt there to try to avoid any parliamentary scrutiny around that regulation. but that they're trying to apply those regulations mean retrospectively, and to apply feasibility licence applications, to have it apply to feasibility licence applications submitted before these regulations were made in December last year. Now, we've, as a coalition, have some serious concerns about what the implications are there. We've got serious concerns with the retrospectivity of the bill. As I mentioned, this isn't normal process. This is an unusual thing to occur in legislation in this place, for a bill to be brought in to have retrospective application. And we're also concerned about the procedural irregularity of this process. Normally, when we have a bill that has such a major impact upon an industry, we would expect to have an opportunity for the department and then the Parliament to actually have a proper industry consultation in relation to what this means, and to be able to have a call for submissions on this bill, to have a committee investigate what this means and provide a report to the Parliament, and for us to then consider that, and to consider that in the contributions that we're making in the debate around this bill. And particularly, that should be doubly so when it has retrospective application. And we know that the regulations are currently being reviewed by a Senate Standing Committee, and it seems unusual that we would press ahead with this bill which applies those regulations, in effect applies those regulations retrospectively, at the same time that somewhere else in this building the Senate Standing Committee is reviewing those regulations and determining whether they are a good outcome for the industry and whether they are something that should be tweaked. And given the Minister's first attempts to fast-track this bill through the Parliament without scrutiny, especially given its retrospective nature, we think it's appropriate that we actually refer this legislation to the Environment and Communications and Legislation Committee to investigate it. And I don't think that's a tall order. I think that's entirely appropriate. Yes, we are reaching a point where an election is going to be called, and there's all sorts of speculation around this building about when that might be, and we may not be here again, and that committee may dissolve and have to be reformed and have to look at this bill again when it would be introduced in a new Parliament. But I think that's entirely appropriate. I don't think the government's made the case for why this needs to be pushed through in the final few hours of this Parliament, and why we're sitting late tonight. Not that I'm complaining, I've got nothing better to do, Deputy Speaker, than to debate this bill. But unfortunately, what we are concerned about is that Labor has completely ignored industry stakeholders on this bill, and they've been rushing through this legislation, which of course directly affects major investment decisions without proper consultation. Those who are engaged in the process of developing proposals for offshore projects, these are not inexpensive activities. These are not something that are proposals that are made lightly. And certainly it seems to me that we owe those who are making that sort of investment in this country the opportunity to have their say, to at least have their concerns aired, and to have the opportunity for those in this building who have to vote on legislation, speak on legislation, to actually review their feedback, to consider that and to then incorporate it into our discussions and deliberations. I think this is very much rushed. I think it's not the way that legislation should be done here. There are instances, of course, where we need to have retrospective legislation. We all appreciate that, and we all appreciate the fact that there needs to be times when we do rush through bills. And we've had a few opportunities like that in just this term of Parliament, where we've rushed things through both houses of Parliament in a single morning. We've had times where we've had to come back to this place when we weren't expecting to and vote for bills under guillotined rules. But I don't think this bill falls into that sort of category. I don't think this is the sort of bill where we need to, where it's something that's totally uncontested and something that needs to be desperately done for a particular reason in terms of timing. I think this bill can wait until the next Parliament. I think it can be considered properly by a committee. And certainly that's what we're keen to do and what we're proposing as the coalition. Unfortunately, we only got this bill before us today because Labor was so rushed to get more offshore wind projects that they forgot to finish writing their regulations. This is essentially fixing a mistake that was made earlier in the term. Labor is attempting We feel Labor is attempting to push this bill through the Parliament without the appropriate scrutiny before the election, so that the minister is free during the course of the election campaign to make more announcements in relation to offshore developments. But we've seen one major theme of this whole term has been the concern that communities have had across, up and down, when you think about Western Australia, when you think about the proposals that have happened out in the Illawarra, when you think about the proposals that have had we had the member for Newcastle speaking earlier, when you see the outcry within the Newcastle and the Hunter community at the offshore proposals that have been made there. And you think there are a lot of communities up and down the coastline of this country who are concerned about what the prospect of offshore energy developments mean for them, mean for their amenity, mean for the cost of their energy. And I think we owe it to them to take great care in developing legislation and regulation in this area. I think we deserve the opportunity to hear from them and to hear from the proponents. It's a novel suggestion, I know, but I think we owe it to them to take great care before we start proceeding in any changes when it comes to the legislation and the regulations which govern the development of offshore energy in this country. But unfortunately, that's not the way that the federal government is pursuing this at the moment. The bill will apply new rules to feasibility licence applications, and an Act of Parliament in this regard is only required because the government expects that retrospectivity may adversely affect rights or impose liabilities. Otherwise, regulation would have sufficed. And of course, this is all due to the fact in 2024 there was a federal court decision, Sea Dragon Offshore Wind Proprietary Limited versus the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, that found that the minister was wrong to deny an application a licence when he could have lawfully awarded a licence for a non-overlapping area. And this is what's created, this is the crux of the issue that's been created here. Now, in response to that decision, the minister's regulatory changes, which occurred back in the 12th of December, of course a convenient time to introduce a regulatory change when everyone's knocking off for the year, are a disallowable instrument. But despite the disallowable instrument being currently under review by the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation for another 12 sitting days. So they've got another 12 sitting days to consider this. Are we going to get another 12 sitting days? Deputy Speaker, I'm not quite sure. I don't think we will, somehow. I think that'll take us well and truly away. The government has, of course, brought forward these legislative changes to apply the regulatory changes that they made back in December and apply them retrospectively. And unfortunately, the consequence of which, and of course part of this is due to the timing and the nature that this will be the last sitting week, presumably, the government has had little or no consultation with industry, including the investors who will be impacted by this decision. And I had a search this morning when I decided to speak on this bill, I desperately, frantically searched for any comments from any of those investors, any of those stakeholders. No one's had an opportunity to put their thoughts together. Absolutely. Researching hard, couldn't find a thing. And that's concerning because it means that it hasn't been properly thought through by industry. That standing committee hasn't had the opportunity to properly review the regulations, and unfortunately we're here late to try to push it through. And I think the answer as to why we're doing that is because it gives the Labor government more opportunity, more room to make feasibility licence announcements during the course of the federal election campaign, which is impending. And this is of concern to us when you look at the impact that those decisions or those licence agreements have already had on the communities that have had these sort of developments proposed. So this is of deep concern to us. It's not the way that legislation should be handled. And if you look back on the government's record on this issue, on their record on energy prices, when they look at their reckless pursuit of a renewable-only profile for our energy production, you can see the real impact that it's having on Australians. And it's not just the cost of energy. It's not just we know that the underlying cost of energy has gone up 30% over the course of this term, but it's the impact that it's having on these communities. We're impacting them. We've seen the impact of renewable energy projects, particularly in my home state of Queensland, when you look at some of the environmental damage which has been done in areas like Rockhampton to deal with wind projects. When you look at this former state government in Queensland's pumped hydro project, and you think about the forest that would have been destroyed in the process of developing that project. Thankfully, it's now been scrapped. But these are the sort of impacts that don't make the news, unfortunately, or if they do, that's very rare. These are the sort of impacts that need to be considered. It's not just the economic impact, it's not just the impact on the reliability of the energy system in Australia, and of course that's an issue that's going to become more and more on the fore as we approach the end of this decade. It's an issue of the impact that it has on the community and the opportunities for those communities who are being affected to have a proper say over the regulations and the legislation which govern the development of these sort of projects. So I'll leave it at that, Deputy Speaker, but we are deeply concerned where this is heading.
The question is that this bill will now be read a second time. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025, and we are opposing this bill on our side. Deputy Speaker, I think we need to start with looking at what is this legislation all about. This legislation is in response to a massive loss that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, had in the federal court at the end of last year. And Deputy Speaker, I say that I'm a recovering planning, environmental and housing lawyer. But Deputy Speaker, the point is that the federal court, in a case of Sea Dragon Offshore Wind Proprietary Limited and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, the end of last year, held that the Federal Minister for Climate Change and Energy may lawfully grant a feasibility licence for an offshore wind farm development over a smaller area than applied for by the applicant. So, Deputy Speaker, this legislation concerns offshore wind. And Deputy Speaker, many years ago, about 20 years ago, when I was practicing, I was a partner in a law firm, and I had a client at the time who was looking at onshore wind projects down in the state of Victoria, and we negotiated and negotiated and negotiated, and in the end, Deputy Speaker, the deal did not go ahead for the simple reason that the economics of onshore wind did not stack up in that particular location. And I have always been committed absolutely to net zero. Those on our side have said, and through our leader, through our leader Peter Dutton, we have committed absolutely to net zero targets by 2050. But how we get there is where we disagree with those on the other side. And the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, as well as the Prime Minister, have completely and utterly stuffed energy policy in this Parliament and under this Albanese Labor government, Deputy Speaker. They have, for example, so we have some ridiculous examples around energy policy. And Deputy Speaker, let me start, for example, with the big announcements during the election campaign. We're almost coming up for the 3-year anniversary of the 275 cut to power bills that we were allegedly all going to get. Instead, most Australians have seen their power bills increase by $1,000. And the other So that was a big headline. They're going to reduce. They haven't. And let's just look at some of the ridiculous examples of how their energy policy is playing out in practice. In the state of Victoria, Deputy Speaker, in your home state, because of the decisions by the former state government under the former Premier, Victoria is now importing gas when it has enough gas to power almost all of Australia. But instead, it has said no to gas, which is supported by the Federal Minister, Deputy Speaker. No to gas, we don't want gas. So instead, we're now importing gas into this country. At the same time, Deputy Speaker, that we are exporting gas to some of our trading partners, such as India. How on earth is that any sort of way to run energy? And we have seen this philosophical, the dislike of gas, for example, has meant that Labor has now moved firmly to committing only to renewable energy. And Deputy Speaker, as our coal-fired power plants are coming to the natural end of their life, what this government has failed to do is to develop any other sensible baseload power. Solar is fine when the sun's shining. Wind is okay in certain circumstances when the wind is blowing. When it is not, what do? We've relied on coal for years, and we are rightly now moving away from the coal of yesteryear. But Labor will not even look at embracing nuclear energy, which has been embraced by all of our other major trading partners. It's been used for years in Europe, in America. We are now, and in my electorate of Hughes, Deputy Speaker, I do of course have the only nuclear plant in the country. And I'm very proud of the work that's done down at Anstow. They do it with nuclear medicine, and they do a lot of work in nuclear research. And it's certainly not the position of the Coalition that we would be in any way expanding that for nuclear power. But I said in my first speech in this place, Deputy Speaker, that it seems to me ridiculous that we are not looking at harnessing the nuclear technology and the expertise that we already have in this country to look at how we can use that to reach net zero. Nuclear is now safe, and I have said on many occasions as well that my 15-year-old self that had posters of Midnight Oil, that used to wear the No Nukes T-shirts, my 15-year-old self would be shuddering at me promoting nuclear in this way. But the nuclear of the 21st century is very different to the nuclear of the past. And it is well and truly time that we embrace this, because the government's approach on this is, with respect, pig-headed, obstinate. Why is it that the Minister Bowen won't even engage in any meaningful discussion on this? I have invited Minister Bowen to come out to my electorate of Hughes to have a look at the nuclear facility. He refuses. Why is that, Deputy Speaker? Why bury your head in the sand so much? Why stand there and say that he is a person of science and innovation, and then refuse to even consider or even go out and visit a plant to learn more about nuclear industry? But nuclear will eventually be in this country, nuclear power. And we just need to look, for example, at the many contributions that nuclear has made to our country already. Every single person, Deputy Speaker, in Australia that has to have any sort of treatment for cancer are availing themselves, himself or herself, with technology that has been developed through the nuclear medicine facility at ANSTO in my electorate. We are all, thankfully, we have signed up to the Orcus arrangement for nuclear-powered submarines. And again, this will be a big boost to our industry. It's a very, very important defence relationship. It reflects the absolute importance that both America and Great Britain have to Australia, both historically and also militarily. Deputy Speaker, so if we say that nuclear can be used in medicine to save lives, nuclear needs to become part of our defence and our security to protect Australians, why can't nuclear be used to power our homes? That's a question that Minister Bowen absolutely refuses to answer. So, Deputy Speaker, when I return to wind power, which is the subject of this legislation, I certainly am a proponent of looking at a whole hybrid mix of energy. I think that wind plays a part, solar certainly, in a country as hot as ours with as much sun as we get, solar certainly has a very big part to play. But Deputy Speaker, so too does gas, and so too, frankly, does nuclear. But what is happening now with Labor, with its offshore wind projects, for example, it has been shown the investors and the proponents of those offshore wind projects have pulled out. Down in the Illawarra, they've pulled out. They've said, this is not going to work here. The local communities down in the Illawarra, which is not too far from my seat of Hughes, Deputy Speaker, the locals down there, the local fishermen, the local environmentalists said this is completely unacceptable that this will happen in our electorate. And Minister Bowen just kept saying, no, it's got to go ahead, it's got to go ahead. And it's not going ahead now. And the communities were right. The communities were right to stand up to this government, to stand up for the minister and to say, why are we going, for example, to rip up our seabeds? Why are we going to potentially interfere with the whales' migratory patterns? Why are we going to do all of this in the name of supposedly saving the environment? We're going to destroy the environment to save the environment. It makes no sense, and Australians are far more sensible than the Prime Minister and the Minister for the Environment give them credit for. And so, Deputy Speaker, when I first did some work on onshore wind projects, there were many sites that were identified where the economics did not stack up, where local communities were so opposed to those going on in their community that they fell away. And Deputy Speaker, I think that part of the reason that Minister Bowen is so supportive of offshore wind is because onshore wind has failed. And onshore wind has largely failed. There are some parts and some companies that have been able to make it work, but overall the approach has not worked. So I say to the Albanese Labor government, I say to Minister Bowen, come out to my electorate, have a look at nuclear, put
don't put all of your eggs into the renewables only basket. It makes no sense, Deputy Speaker. We should be looking at our energy going forward is absolutely crucial for households, for families, for businesses, for our manufacturing, for our industry. Why won't Labor open their eyes, open their minds and consider nuclear as part of the mix to resolve our energy crisis going forward? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. I call the member for Waringa.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made on an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the member for Waringa.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I'd second the motion. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday the 12th of February.